Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream. And it's Reverb Day today. So on Tuesday I was only able to go to one, and I rested up a little bit, although I was somewhat distracted by having to go out and weed whack my grass, and I managed to hurt my foot doing that. So I'm doing the best I can with all of this. And Tuesday was completely taken over by trying to process through here. I think I can even show some of this off. I was busy doing this. So here's the thing. This is my collection of hit songs for the meter, starting with the AA category. And I ended up having a lot of interesting and surprising results. Like I got several Foo Fighters tracks popping in there. I got a couple of Depeche Mode tracks. I got Deadmau5, Boards of Canada. All these are interesting things to learn, and that's why I was doing all of this categorizing, because I had to play through all of this stuff. And I basically woke up this morning way earlier than I should have, because there was stuff that I still hadn't done yet. Namely, I got a couple of James Brown albums at the last possible moment and decided to build those into my categorization as well. And that includes like 1960, early 60s James Brown. And that's a track. Here, let me see. We'll set this up like this. And then run this so that I can hear what I'm doing. Except for I can't, so let's fix that. Oh, I know why I can't. Well, never mind then. I was running it to the audio, but I've already got the audio routed to the laptop, so never mind with this. Which is not to say I can't play stuff over the stream, but we're not going to be playing copyright stuff. But here is 3 different James Brown records. One of them is early 60s. One of them is about 1970. And it's where this track came from. You can see, you're looking at it, that it is a more dynamic one. This was essentially James Brown's earliest entry into just laying down a groove without any musical content in the terms of like chord changes and so on. And at my first listen, I did not like it. And I've started to like it more and more as it go. But, and then this louder part is, of course, horns and things. So I'm studying all of this and figuring out what to do with it. And it involved, and I don't think any of this, like it looks like there should be hits here, but actually no, for the most part not. I do have, we're going to call this like at least a yellow hit. This is the real version of I Feel Good, I Got You. That's the early 60s version. But then I've got other stuff off of the 70s one, the 1971, where, let's see, like this turned out to be exactly the track Cold Sweat with the vocal removed and a guitar solo instead. which I was not happy to discover. That would have been great if it had been the real one, but no, that's not the one that you want, so that doesn't count. And then I managed to get a copy, which is slightly scratchy, but maybe I can work on doing declickers and so on, of the Payback from 1973. And so that contains a lot of really long tracks because it's a double album, and he was really going into the long track thing. And one of the things that I noticed with it, which is very interesting for this kind of reference, is that when we play this, we have a very 1970s, Chiriyama Kamoshi, I think I did not understand you. We have a very 1970s mix here that a content hide, actually no, not even content hide, I can show you little blips of it. But it's a very 1970s thing. Post 1970s, so it's all about laying down these unvarying grooves. But one of the interesting things I observed about that is that, first of all, it's doing the hit record sound thing. I'm going to get back into that and put out this very meter, which you can technically get a hold of. At least in theory, you can get a hold of it up. You can get a hold of it here. But yeah, that is where meter is available, and where I'm going to be directing. Actually, I'm going to be directing people to meter releases, but without directing them specifically to that version in case I have to come up with a more new version. One of the things about soul music was that it was really big in the 60s and the earliest 70s. And then as we got into this mid-70s era, where dynamic range and the ability to accurately represent what's being played and recorded, soul started to fall off. And I think I figured out why. And it shows on the Payback, which is the song. This isn't the song, the Payback. But what we end up getting here, and this is also characteristic of James Brown's earlier stuff as well, is we've got this groove with a huge amount of dynamics in there. But then when James like really cuts loose, he's taking your head off with volume. A good lovin'. Because he's accurately like that loud. That is, how intense he is. And so it basically, it stops balancing. It stops, the average of it gets to this track played all the way through, which I did to measure it, gets to a CC level, which is characteristic of finding a lot of success with your sound. But it's too dynamic. Like when you look at the measurement of this up here, and I'm going to do I promised I was going to do reverb day. We're going to do reverb day. But here's 6 dB down, here's 12, 18, and 24, I believe. Yeah, that would follow. So the body of the sound is like 24 dB down. And then when James, good morning, Florian. When James is belting, you see that like most of the things that he says when he's not making like a cat and going, are showing up in blue as the optimal balance, it's almost like that's a good representation of what blue even means, is maximum intensity for whatever frequency you're at. But you'll notice he's like 12 times, like 18 dB louder than everything else. That is not a very good balance as far as mixing is concerned. And the 1960 stuff is the same, except for that it's also saturated, that it stops being a problem. So I suppose, I don't know whether he really rated as The Payback is considered one of his final great albums. And I think it is really great, but other things like, for instance, Ain't It Funky is important on the basis of it was when he was innovating and doing a new thing that resembles much more like modern electronic music than the music of the day. It's like he invented, like, I'm not sure if you'd call it drum and bass. He invented like techno years before it existed with natural electric and acoustic instruments by just getting people to lock into this one groove and not vary from that and not do anything. And then he would play like organ over it or whatever. You'll notice that one of the tracks in here, which is actually, I think, one of the older ones, is a AC rating. And it's doing that through just sort of pushing that hard. Skipped ahead into the middle of it. And it's just got a lot going on. I'll allow the bits of it to play through. And you can see that that is just cranking up to the highest possible attention level. There is just so much going on in this particular mix. Using the horns actively has a lot to do with that, because most of his mid-70s stuff is using the horns largely for effect and making bass and drums cover stuff. Yes, I will be. I'll take a minute to further explain here. So the rating system works like this, and it's written down in the place you go to download the plugin. So A is for attention. What it means is that there is so much of this sort of optimized peak loudness intensity energy, and that's clearly represented in James Brown, but you also see it in like a couple of Foo Fighters tracks and old Beatles of a particular area. Beastie Boys pull it off as well. Every time people are just pushing for the loudest, most intense, most overwhelming sound, and the energy level is just not only producing loud, intense sounds, but without a break, without any space in the mix. There's an optimal point where you can push that, and then you can push it beyond and start losing the energy again. And I can document where that optimal point is. Fascinating that like Whole Lotta Love is my highest rating. Whole Lotta Love and Let's Go Crazy. Check that out. And this is the stuff that gets you attention but doesn't necessarily sell the largest number of records because it's a little too overwhelming as a rule. B is for big. We've got, for instance, Def Leppard in here. They don't quite have the raw intensity of some of the A-tier stuff. Well, I see that I've got Led Zeppelin showing up in the bottom of A-tier, as does Deadmau5 with Raise Your Weapon. Stuff like that, where the energy level is becoming just a little bit sparser, making it more listenable. And we gradually drift. You've got Burial up in that area as well. Early Police. Early Police goes right up to A tier, mind you, but Then mid B tier, we've got stuff where we start seeing really big sellers, like for instance Stevie Nicks Edge of 17, huge #1. Red in this means it is a top 10 hit. So you don't see top 10 hits up here, with the exception of Led Zeppelin. And funny thing about Led Zeppelin is that they were a hit in terms of record sales rather than so much getting radio play. You have to go down to here or lower for where to do serious sales numbers, and that's where the B tier and especially the C tier, as I keep going, we've got a whole bunch of stuff here. Here's where we start seeing the really big sellers. Here's Born in the USA, C tier. It is not as exhausting and relentless, partly because it's a little brighter than it has to be. We've got a Prince track. We've got some Stevie Nicks, Stevie Wonder, more Stevie Wonder. The Police, Every Breath You Take is in fact E, rather than some A tier, and that's because the amount of space in the mix is so great that it's not fatiguing. You got Doobie Brothers here. You got a lot of stuff. I've honestly not looked through all of this. I've been so busy filling all of these in and playing them through and rating them that I have not had time. And you go to D tier. See, I've also added like Peter Gabriel. I've, more Deadmau5, just measuring everything and what it has to tell me. I got this Skrillex record in, I measured that. The reason this one rates so low is because it is Loudness War, and so it's dissipating all this energy. And see, there's the Genesis album that sold extremely well. We've got Eagles. Some of the top 10 Eagles is very low tier because it has space in the mix. It is not exhausting and fatiguing. Fleetwood Mac, similarly, stuff like that. Several Peter Gabriel in a row in CF. And then D tier tends to be on the very relaxed side. Like Neil Young's Heart of Gold is a big hit. It's right alongside Fleetwood Mac's Dreams for the amount of energy coming out of that mix. Like how overwhelming and fatiguing it is. Neil Young, Fleetwood Mac, and Michael McDonald are all sitting in about the same place, and they're all top 10 hits. And then you keep going, and you get to the very bottom, which is E tier, and there we've got like an extremely chill Bowie track, an extremely chill Pink Floyd track, James Taylor, Fire and Rain, a Fairport Convention, an extremely chill Eagles track, several Neil Young, and weirdly Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites, which basically just means that distorted so hard that you can't hear it anymore, and it lost all of the intensity out of modulating the peak energy. But this is going to be the Sunday release, and so I've been working like mad on ways of putting together audio clips that I can use that show some of this. So that I can edit together a little snippet of like, what do these things have in common? Because the thing that all of these tracks have in common is maximum possible intensity in this new method of analysis. And the idea is you should be able to recognize it also has in common. Classical music will do, like, I've measured stuff similar to classical music in the sense of some of the, well, hang on, give me a second. I can show you something like that. if I can find it. It's going to be dead center, most likely, maybe on the high side, and I'll be looking for Barry White. So let's see if I can spot him in here. And it's on the mellow side rather than on the fatiguing side. Here we go. So this was a top 10 hit. And I think I can probably play the beginning part of it without going into content hide. So the deal with that is it's a bunch of strings, so it's kind of like classical music. And when we look at what it does in the meter, it's a little bright, but it's also, this is what you'll get out of orchestral music, is a lot of spacing rhythms. And depending upon, well, it depends. Like stuff post loudest more does different things. I can illustrate that in certain ways. Like for instance, I can go just off A tier and pick out, for instance, here's a good example. Like this isn't really post loudness more, but it's just barely post loudness war. That beauty pill there is actually post loudness war and shows it. So what you end up getting is, this is going to be peeking through a little bit. So this is a classic Foo Fighters track. And you see that this is what you would basically do if you were trying to mix for peak energy, to some extent anyhow. And then when the band kicks in, which they're about to do, you're going to see that we have all of the peak energy concentrated in the top, although it's better than it needs to. Post loudness more is basically trying to do what you see here. It's as loud as possible noise. It just happens to be doing it in such a way that it's not ruining itself. And so it goes for a very high energy. And of course, this is one of their biggest hits. And then if I skip ahead to the end, you'll see that something else happens. Which is into the zone of loudness war without quite, like this is about you could push in practical terms. This is diminishing returns. It's kind of set up to still be tolerable. But it's starting to lose. And that's because it's made to be too loud. That's because it's pushed a little bit too hard. It's starting to lose the ability to carry the energy level because it's pushed up to, like, here's 6 dB and 12 dB down. So the RMS loudness has gone to about halfway between there. And that is too loud to maintain this sound. It starts to lose energy. And yeah, the thing that you want to do for pop music mixing is kind of normalize and have the energy in the zone that you want. You know, like I can do another example as long as we're still doing this. We'll stop doing this and start doing the reverb codings pretty soon, but I'm being asked questions about this, so I feel like it behooves me to be answering them. And I will follow up on this. But here is something that you may recognize even in little bitty snippets. And of course, this is the Beatles' Tomorrow Never Knows. And it's higher than it absolutely has to be. And it is just maximum intensity at all times. So if you're trying to do something that is maximum levels of overwhelming and just fry your brain, you do something like this. You have stuff constantly going on. You have your peak energy either centered around here or like broadened out a little bit. I can go back to, at least if I can find him. I could go back to my James Brown here and show you a different picture, which is comparably loud, but you can do this. It is still loud and full, but it is distributing the energy across a wider range and more evenly. So this is still good and loud, and it even is still not as bright as the Beatles were here. It's a different sound. It's still maximal, but when you start concentrating the peak energy into a narrow little band like this, that's when it starts feeling exhausting. Whereas the James Brown doesn't feel as exhausting because it's filling up the full range rather than having everything be a line across the top, be maxed out as much as possible. You'll notice that there's still constantly stuff happening. You could also make it so that you had these blue spots as concentrated as they are in this bottom section kind of shows you that picture as well, where with the Beatles, it's covering a range here, and the maximal loudness of it is just as intense as possible. You could broaden that out a little bit in the way that the James Brown track is doing. And it goes lower frequency here, and it covers a slightly wider range, and it covers a wider dynamic range, but the stuff down here could also be showing up as the dark blue spots, the large spots, and that's really what this intensity factor is tracking. Rather than loudness, it's not actually caring about loudness, it's caring about how many of these blue spots are here and how big they are. And that's being driven not by loudness so much as by the balance between peak and slew energy. So if you do something that is completely and totally different, I'm going to scroll right to the bottom here, and we'll cover this before getting into the reverb work that I have to do. This is about as different as they come. Skip ahead to the chorus. And you've got a lot of sparseness in this one, but you've still got blue spots showing. This is not the best example I could have used, honestly. I need to go for slightly higher in the ratings because this is so sparse that there's almost nothing happening. So I'm thinking more in terms of like C tier, or perhaps more like B. And what would be a really good example of that, I wonder? Well, I can place the, let's find the highest possible B tier Led Zeppelin track. Like not so much BE, but or rather than a Led Zeppelin track, let's look at an AC/DC track. If we go to sort of the outro here, we'll see that we have space in this mix. And here's where we have a lot of these blue dots for optimal balance, but they are not as bright as they can go. They're not at the same pace that the Beatles track was, because it's less fatiguing. And this is essentially designed for big sales. It's toned down a little bit to be more radio friendly. And you can see that the low frequencies have like drum parts in them. And the drum parts are a little bit louder than all the mid-range energy up here. And you can see that the drum parts are showing up as dynamic peaks. They're showing up as intense blue spots here, meaning that they hit that balance between slew and peak energy. And then we've got a bunch of high frequencies in here as well, which is, we actually just got to the outro. So, bounce back in there. And so we have slightly, there's probably an even better example. Let's keep going up. Because here's the thing. Oh, here's one that's dark. But then the Led Zeppelin is also going to be. I'm looking for stuff that is less exhausting sounding than Tomorrow Never Knows, because that's very mid-rangey. But with some of our stuff, like here is a very dense Led Zeppelin track, The Rover, off of Physical Graffiti. And one formula, oh, there ain't no document that has this written down. I'm inventing it on the fly as we go. Here's a Led Zeppelin track that is scattering all of its energy across like the top 18 dB pretty much. And these little spikes are basically, so we're filling in the range here, and that's how this works. And again, the hit record meter here is tracking densely packed these moments of excitement and optimal balance. But the balance for Led Zeppelin early 70s records is the same as like the really exhausting full loudness. All right, I will see you later then, Nick. And I played little excerpts through Content ID literally all the Tuesday until I couldn't anymore. So we're going to stop doing that right now. And I'll tell you why, because that's coming out on Sunday. And in fact, if you follow the link there, you can get it now. And then I have all of this to do as far as make a coherent argument explaining what this even does. And I'm going to have to explain this is basically being invented on the fly. So it's not like I'm failing to tell you the documentation that everybody knows, because nobody knows this. I'm making it up. And before I did this, I did not have a list such as this that rated the tracks that got the most attention and broke albums versus the tracks that sold in the largest numbers, or the tracks where they're convincingly putting across a really chill attitude and have not broken that spell. Because the thing about these D and E ratings is if you want to make stuff that believably is chill and soothing and spacious, you must keep that density low enough to be able to register with this, which starts out with not distorting everything, first of all. Basically, the balance you want to strike for doing hit records that are this chill. And I'll do one further example. This is one of your maximum chill songs. One more example, and I promise I'll give it up. So this is The Police, Tea in the Sahara. And it's a hit record sound that is not full of energy. But if you study it, this is not just arbitrary. What we see here is it is hitting those blue spots that indicate like maximum sonority, maximum attention getting, stuff that catches your ear. And they have it distributed pretty evenly throughout the track, but as sparsely as possible. You can see where Sting sings stuff there. Oh, I would say that means that bass amp is broken. Sorry. In among all the other stuff that I'm doing, I will find time to revisit that and fix it. I will. I have not yet. I'll make a little note to myself about it on the opposite side of this, which is other notes of things that I must do. And so I'll write on the other side, bass amp. There. So once I've done this work, I can find time to do that. It is what it is. At any rate, like I'm saying, if you're aiming for like D or E tier vibes, your job becomes to make music where there are enough of these moments of attentiveness that it's much more exciting than just not listening to music at all. But the more of these you have, the higher the meter is going to go. And if you have too much, it becomes exhausting. You'll also notice that on Tea in the Sahara, we consistently have these little blue spots in the top 6 dB, or indeed as loud as they can possibly go. Like that is a clip right there. And that's part of the secret of a sound like this. If you're trying to do stuff that is both a hit record sound and also not fatiguing, chill, calm, soothing, you build that much space into it without sacrificing this peak stuff. And that's really the key to some of this. And to my knowledge, before I did this, we didn't have anything to document this information. It's new. And all this, it follows those instructions. It is not the higher the score, the bigger the hit. It is aim your music for the target density of general excitement. If you're looking for chill, have as much exciting stuff happening as possible within the context of keeping the sparseness there. You can I'm going to stop doing that, and we're going to skip over to the coding stream because I need to do this, and I'm not going to be distracted. I'm going to try not to be distracted. My understanding with the bass amp issue, firstly, for bass amps, I use C-Rick bass instead now. But the thing about that is I believe the standalone is also doing that. And it started to happen when I had to go through and fix all of the random noise generation in everything because it was locking up Linux-based computers. And I had to go through and fix all the random calls that were being done in all the plugins because Linux was being hurt by my calling rand. Like, what we're literally looking at my code right now. So see this? This call causes Linux to freeze. It is not thread safe. It'll do stuff where it could conceivably, you hit this and then the computer just stops for a while until it delivers a truly good random number. So I can do that in instantiation. But if there's something like, for instance, here, where we're using a number that's like a random number, if I put rand in here, I'm calling it like 44,000 times a second. And the audio would tend to hiccup, especially if I was doing lots of rand calls in the middle of the code. Linux would tend to have dropouts and have the plugin basically crash. And I had to change all of those things. And there were some places where I was using rand differently. I'm pretty sure that Basamp is one of those, and I don't know exactly what happened to make it go wrong. If I did know what happened that made it go wrong, I would have fixed it by now. But that's one of the things. So, you know what I'm going to do? I have to refocus back into being able to code from talking about meter. I've been losing sleep, stressing out a lot, putting an enormous amount of work into measuring all of these tracks in order to get meter ready to go for Sunday and be able to make a really good video so that people will understand what I'm doing with it. And as such, even bouncing back into meter for the purposes of explaining things from Nick knocked me completely off of my groove. So what we're going to do is I'm going to move some of my windows around here. And throw on some stream audio, something where I can actually play it. I know, I'll jump back into Welcome Free Luna. Something kind of nice and chill. And I'm gonna go and make another cup of my espresso. I'm doing my nice espresso these days where I get to put a little cinnamon cayenne in inspired by Electrical Audio's Fluffy Coffee. So I'm doing a slightly bitey coffee. And I will be back when I have made my little cup of espresso, and we're going to get into doing actual coding, because one of the things that's going on is having released meter and being just about to do a actual video on it. The first juice-based plugin, the first fully GUI plugin of any of mine that I directly did, and that's a pretty big deal, and I'm expecting trouble and problems from it, but whatever. I'm going to need to follow that up by actually making mixes using it and demonstrating on some of the upcoming live streams, like next week's live streams. I should have things set up, including, for instance, it's not available. Hang on. I got a bunch of stuff handy. Like, you can see I have a new light, and I'm going to want to repurpose this and basically move this camera to my upstairs, the room that I'm in if I go to the back of the room, there's a stairs and it goes up to my bedroom. It's not a very big place, but it's a little bit open plan down here. And if I go up those stairs and back a little bit, there is this room. And I've got a microphone up there. In fact, it is basically, here, check this out. There's a microphone associated with that too. I think, however, that you weren't able to hear any of that because I'm downstairs and that is set up to bring in the drums at a level that will mix with if I'm tracking live into a song I'm recording. And yeah, so that was probably inaudible. But what I'm going to want to do is move that camera into the upstairs hallway and set it up with a microphone where you will be able to hear with me the sound of a mix that I'm playing over the big speakers downstairs. Because what I'll do if I'm doing a mix here, let's shut this stuff down again. If I'm doing a mix here, I'll periodically be getting up and going elsewhere, like going back here. Or going up the stairs, specifically so that I can hear what the mix sounds like when it's bouncing around in a little bit more air. And that is a classic mix engineer trick. That you go somewhere else in the room to hear different aspects of the sound. You know, you lie on your back on the floor. You sit on the couch at the back of the room. If I had one, which I don't. And like my upstairs hallway is pretty good as far as being able to get a different perspective on the mix. And if I set it up with a microphone, I can do mixing in such a way that I can share that process, but also be able to show what I'm observing. And then if I've got a camera and mic up there and the mic is able to hear what the band sound is, like I've got display overlay here, and then if I click SWB only, it would only get some of the sound. And then I've got a display mic only. And if I do that, well, oddly, oh no, I've still got the SWB audio capture, but it is silenced. So my idea is I'm going to need to follow up the release of Meter, and you'll be seeing Meter shortly because I have to go and make my cup of coffee and get ready to do reverb coding. And the reason I have to do reverb coding is because I'm going to need some of those reverbs, which I'm still developing now, for this upcoming mixing. What I've got currently isn't going to cut it. I need to take it up a notch. And so I'm going to need to do those. And then when I start doing actual mixing with that, I'm going to want to be able to share the experience of running the mix like through the stream directly so that you're getting a pretty much DI feed of it. I'll probably need to keep the volume down on the speakers, and it'll interfere a little tiny bit, but not all that much. But then I'll also need to switch over so that the speakers are going at the normal level, but then the only thing you're hearing on stream is the mic in the upstairs hallway, so that you, along with me, can like scamper upstairs and hear literally what I'm hearing as I'm making mix judgments about what I need to change in the mix based on hearing it from such a distant and removed kind of way, because there's nothing to really substitute, and that includes like discontinuity. There's nothing to really substitute hearing something from a different location. It's really the most obvious way of coming up with different balances. Like you'll have a mix happening, and then you go to upstairs or you go to an adjacent room or something like that that shares the same airspace, but the sound is bouncing around a lot. And you notice that like the edge on the guitar or certain notes on the bass or who knows what are sticking out way more than you wanted them to, and other things are dropping away and not being heard anymore. Like you step away from the speakers, and all of a sudden like the snare is lost, or the kick drum isn't showing up. Or, for instance, you're being really shy about having high frequencies. You're worried about having the drums be annoying, and you step away, and all of a sudden you can't hear a thing the hi-hat's doing. And so you decide, like, do I want to be registering that in every possible location, or is that something I'm going to sacrifice? And that's the idea, is I need to start, because that's also going to be using early versions, pre-release versions of Console X, even before I have a control surface to use it with. I also have to develop Reaper tools to be able to adjust the fader control for entire categories of track. We're going to have tracks where it's like, this is the loud, rambunctious energy reverbs, and also the guitars, and also maybe something else, all on a particular fader, and you just adjust the fader as a whole group. But anyway, time for me to go and make that cup of coffee I was talking about, and in so doing, we're going to put Welcome to Free Luna on, play it through to the stream. Hey, Game Pussy. And you can see what it does, which is probably not going to be perfect, but you'll see what it does on the meter as you're listening to it. And I don't have to censor that one because that's mine, so I get to play it. Back in a few minutes. In here. Look at those spikes coming up in the middle. It'll probably get better. Here we've got another track that is clearly going for being much louder than that, and all of the noises making tend to be in the deep bass. And I am indeed back with a lovely bitey coffee espresso. And ready to shift right over to Coding Stream. So let's see now. I got a couple of changes and a bunch of maintenance to do. I'm glad you liked it. That is actually a track I have available even now on Bandcamp. Like, you can go and buy the high-res versions of that on Bandcamp if you want. I think my website links to Bandcamp. Anywho. I have a thing to add to this. This needs to have a pre-delay. I'm often asked for, in my more sparse reverb, people want various features added to them, and there's one of them. And here's where we've got so far. This is a reverb. It's basically cream coat, or clear coat. And then I've got D-Res starting to work by doing this particular thing with it, that I've actually got a new D-Res plugin that needs to be made that doesn't go all the way in the direction this has gone, because this has now got steps to its response where it will only D-Res down to integer divisors of the sample rate. Like, it'll do exactly 1/5 or exactly 1/6 or exactly 1/7 and so on. I'm glad that it makes you think of Yes, because I admire Yes's vocal performances. I'm just a bass/baritone, whereas John Anderson is a tenor, and so I can't sing the way they can. But here's what D-Res does. I can keep dropping it down, and we have a little hint of kind of weird overtones, but not that aggressively. Whereas if instead I use another recent one, this acts real differently. I get to smoothly move it around. But here's the thing. This has really aggressive aliasing, and it has a really aggressive overtone, all hovering around the kind of frequency this is. So I was trying to get rid of that crunchiness, and that's what brought me in the direction that this has gone. So you've already got this one. This is Crunch Coat. This came out, and it's available for you to play with. But the thing is, it's not as useful to me for some of these things. In particular, I'm trying to get a dark vocal box. And that does a really good job of obnoxious, cursed digital sound. But what I'm shooting for is stuff that I learned when I was studying the David Bowie tracks that I recorded, because what I found was the album Station to Station. I think I found the secret behind Bowie's vocal reverb of that time. And if I'm not mistaken, that's some of the earliest digital reverb. So it is a kind of digital reverb, like this low bit stuff, right? And it's a small room sound, but it sure isn't doing that, because this is a overtly cursed digital crunchy kind of thing. Whereas this earliest digital reverb, the 250, the EMT 250, something like that. Lexicon 250? I forget. Does not sound like this. We don't have this crackliness. And what Bowie was doing, you know, you can hear him singing in that way on like Diamond Dogs and The Man Who Sold the World, which is a much earlier album, but he didn't have that kind of reverb. The sound that you hear on like Wild as the Wind and a bunch of the Station to Station seems to be a very small room sound in this old digital reverb that's not throwing the essiness and the high frequency stuff, because there were filters available for managing it, but also because the sample rate on the 250 is only 22 kilohertz, so it couldn't do sounds higher than 10K. So any digital reverb that I make that is able to present sounds all the way up to the high frequencies, like for instance, because we're going to go and work on these too. This may or may not be still working. Like for instance this, assuming it's... I think I've got this early version of this present here. Yep. So that is seemingly a much earlier version of, essentially this is crunch code. And you can plainly hear this nasty overtone, which you could tighten the dampening up even more. What we're getting is 100% obnoxious, nasty, high frequency grind. And that has nothing to do with the sound of a real plate. So my idea for dealing with that, as I've gone forward through these, attempting to fix these things, is basically this technique. That's the death of hard to walk and live. That's too much from one who cannot dare. So what we're doing here is carefully only dividing the D-res by integer numbers. And then filtering going into it so it doesn't alias as hard. And then I'm going to need to add the pre-delay to this. because this is going to become something that can actually be used not as a special effect, but as a full-on, like if we have a small room sound like this, and then you tighten it up, and then we mix that with the dry sound. This alone I'll call on you to do. That's going to get me cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. That's going to get me into the zone of those David Bowie tracks where, yes, he has great vocals. I can't pretend to sing like David Bowie. I can try. But I can try to do a similar style of reverb that he used on some of those great tracks, and it will help me sound better, even if I'm not really a David Bowie singer. Surely it's a little bit unfair. It's surprisingly much of the reverb in those tracks. There's quite a lot, but the thing is, there's a little bit of pre-delay in there as well. Even so much pre-delay, because it exists in that digital reverb that came out in 1976. There is so much pre-delay that it's enough to mix things up a little bit. Like on TVC 1.5, if he was listening to the pre-delay in his headphones, it would probably do a speech jammer thing to him. It's one of those optimal amounts of delay in with the reverb where it's acting like a kind of slapback. It's mixing stuff up a little, and I don't have that pre-delay here. Not yet. Surely it's a little bit unfair. So I've got that reverb doing what I want, up to and including being able to darken it like this. Surely it's a little bit unfair. And it'll require a little less regen each time. And I can have it accentuate the vocal qualities I'm looking to accentuate by setting the D-res so that it suppresses the highs. We can also make it accentuate the highs. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Each time regen needs to get a little bit less as the downsampling gets slightly greater because it's slowing down the entire routine. But I'll be able to find something. Surely it's a little bit. But I've got to throw in that pre-delay in order to get the sound correct. So that's part of my job for today, is go in and get Cream Coat ready, get it done, finish it, and then also apply the same thing to all the other ones, including the new version of K Cathedral, and then also these new, and I might or might not have a way of fixing this. See, this one does have a pre-delay. And I have clearly not added the downsampling to this one yet. But there's a nasty low frequency honk in there. And the last time I worked on that, I decided that it was unacceptable. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. Because if I was to do that vocal into the Reverb 250, or 240 rather, what am I talking? 250. This is a technique. Some of the stuff that I'm including in the plates is special to the plates. Let's see how much pre-delay we've got. So here's what I was talking about. If we use the 240, where I've got the pre-delay up and working, in fact, I can probably copy it from this and use it for all the ones. If I've got the pre-delay working, we can go from this. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Give it even a little bit more reverb. Surely it's a little bit unfair. So that is not the station-to-station sound. But when we start bringing in pre-delay to the point where it's getting a little bit vocal jammy, surely it's a little bit unfair. And that reverb comes in at just enough of a delay to like confuse and distract things. Surely it's a little bit unfair. That's the sound I'm looking for. That's the dead of hard to walk and live. And you have a spotlit quality on the vocal. That's too much from one who cannot dare. And this is without the undersampling. So what I'm doing with Cream Coat is including this and then keeping it tight, unlike what Game Boy Z is asking for. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Because it's got to be a real tight, confined room sound to match the one on station to station, which this does not, even with damping all the way up, which is actually setting it to 0, minimum decay. So it's a little oppositely labeled, but whatever. What are you going to do? The pre-delay helps the reverb separate itself out from the vocal. Surely it's a little bit and that's essentially the sound on station to station, but with a retro digital reverb. Doesn't sound nearly as much like the plate, because this is designed to sound like an actual plate. Instead, what we've got here is more like this. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of hard to walk and live. And that's more the decay time on the digital reverb on station to station on tracks like for something like Wild as the Wind. It's really striking because you've got loads of kind of texture around that vocal, but it doesn't do a long, sustainy decay tail. It does this. Surely it's a little bit unfair. It's mixing dry with this. That's the dead of hard to walk and live. For whatever reverb setting it has, I might have a better choice for accurately getting that sound, because I'm interested in accurately getting that sound. It seems to be pretty optimal. But then you have to have that pre-delay in there or it doesn't sound right. It's extending the character and mojo on the vocal by adding this loud, intense room reverberation, which is in fact digital, if I am correct, which I think I am. That's one of the things you can do with the digital reverb, is you can have it with almost no decay like this. Check this out. It turns into almost like a gated. So that's full dry. I mean, it's full wet. And no regeneration. And this also exists on stuff like old lexicons. There is a bunch of old lexicon patches that do things like this. And I'm beginning to find the uses of it. I'm beginning to find what that's actually for. The trick is you got to be able to do it so that the S's and the kinds of singing you have in there don't just produce full-on digital honk. You don't want to make the cursed digital sound. It's already kind of unnatural. Instead, cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. You want to do weird stuff like that. In this one, with this setting on DRes and this setting on selection, which is the largest possible room reverberation, it's essentially creating the sound without pre-delay, just because all the ranges of room decay are so long that without reverberation we're still extending it to such demands are hard things to forgive. That's the kind of thing that exists on station to station in a loose, rough sense, is the ability of the the primitive digital reverb to not be all full of S's and highs, but to carry the vocal. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Into that kind of sustained part where a direct sound stops, and then you have a powerful sense of slightly ambient, and then it cuts off. It cuts off fairly directly. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who can. So there is another example kind of like that. It is a bright vocal ambience that is still somewhat DRes. It's somewhat darkened, like the 240 or 250. Sorry. I have to remember the difference between the plate reverb 240 and the digital reverb 250. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Because this, such demands are hard things to forgive. This is the digital reverb style. Alone, I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. So you have kind of the bloom out of the voice. And that's what I'm looking for out of this, without surely it's a little bit unfair. A big sustain. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. And one of the things about the plate reverbs is that they're always going to have a certain amount of that sustain. If you put the damper in real close, it'll cut off the lows, and then the highs will still bloom a little bit. And my plate reverb plugins are starting to do that pretty effectively. But I need kind of the opposite. I need something that just absolutely gates the reverb bloom. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Like this. And then also darkens it a lot until we get this exaggerated weird thing. This is an exaggerated form of it. And the decay in that, the amount of sort of extra blur from having that fill up some space and then leave a little space before the reverb begins is that sound. I've also been wondering whether I need to stay with the processing I had on this stuff Like I'm going to be remixing these things, including this stuff with these vocals. Or indeed, I can do the same trick on this vocal. This is my harsh, nasty vocal from the same song. So if we have the D-res here, and this here, and this here.
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer.
You get a sense of the vocal being louder, whereas if you don't have it, it's just kind of fatiguing.
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your
Where if we do the D-res in there, for the purpose of extending out the sustain a little bit, while keeping regen really low so it doesn't just continue.
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares?
Without making it be a big reverb wash, you end up getting this.
Rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares?
One of the things that happens is it also masks your pitch problems. And I've struggled with that enormously because I am not a professional singer, even though I'm trying to sing for these things. And when you have this kind of reverb in there, it'll blur out the pitch in such a way that your minor irregularities just turn into chorusing, even without double tracking.
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer.
So you get kind of a sense of the intensity of the vocal. Like here, that last bit is a very striking difference between the verbed one and the non-verbed one. Because on the non-verbed one, it becomes extremely apparent that that last word is ruined. It's completely out of pitch, it's wrong. But if you have this blur effect going on it,
what then do you have to say? What then do you have to say?
the have to is in pitch and then to say is off. But if you go full wet, if you go full dry,
what then do you have to say?
You more or less have a unsmoothed version of it because you don't have that blur sitting in there. It's probably heightened even more by tightening up the regen using a smaller selection and having a pre-delay. So, like I've been saying, it is time to go and build pre-delay into all of this. I've been also contemplating whether I would like to make all these variables into one of those arrays where I have like a single array that contains all the variables for the undersampling. And this is something that I could do, and it might be worthwhile because I'm going to be using this chunk of code for many things. What you're looking at is the places where it departs from crunch code. Crunch code goes, if cycle is larger than 1, then cycle minus equals 1. The way that I got it to stop making the nasty high frequency vibe on top of everything was to just automatically reset it to 0 each time. And that, I guess, kind of synchronized it in such a way where it stopped doing as much of the cursed digital thing. I've already got one for that. At the cost of having to break it into subdivisions in order to be able to cleanly do that. But I don't know, first things first, let me have a look at some of this other stuff. Like, see, I'd like to be able to do this kind of thing to instantiate the undersampling part. So maybe let's go and find something where I'm doing that enum stuff. I'm pretty sure that exists in some of these ones. I guess I'll find out whether I am or not. Yep. See? So this is the way that I define things, and I'm able to refer to stuff by name by referring to an array containing that. And if I do that, I get to initialize the whole array with a simple loop. When starting it up, I'm not missing or forgetting anything. And all these variables get to sit around being contained within a single array that is a level of indirection, but modern computers seem to be pretty good at dealing with that kind of stuff. I don't know whether there are optimizations making it work better, but then that's another story entirely. What I do know is I can use something like this. And here's how it would adapt to what I'm trying to do with it. Going to do that, and this just to start off. That's not correct, but it'll be correct later. And then what would be a good overall name for undersampling? I get stuck on things like this because I have to solve it. I have to have an answer for it. But then I'm usually thinking about 12 other things at the same time, and that's why it's difficult. I'm going to avoid running for more cups of espresso at every possible obstacle, and instead just try to drop into low range and get through all this. Do I have some other reference? I know that one of the things that I'm doing is reconstructing Bezier curves. And this is literally what we see on the output of this, is I'm making a Bezier curve out of this. And then we're leaving some of these things alone. Turns out I'm not needing them. Meaning this is probably a fine time for me to introduce some of this. If this is commented out and I was getting the sound that I want, then we don't need these, do we? What literally was that? That was literally out L and average out R. So, not using those. Might be using some of these, not using those. And average un-out is also in the same category. I'm going to do these things one at a time, rather than assuming that I have it all figured out. We're going to just remove the bits that I know are commented out, and we're going to be reconstructing this and initializing it differently. But here's what we have going on for now. Here's this. Here's this. We're using average sample L and R, so that works. And then at the top here is where we're doing this. And we are, in fact, using averaging coming in. And I think that's fair. That's going to help suppress aliasing going to this, including when it is, like the average sample is always getting an additional level of averaging. And I think that's correct. That's going to help it. That's part of what's helping its sound. So when I look at average in, also I have average un-in. That's doing a very simple process that is increasing the gain by 6 dB because I'm adding both the sample and the last time around sample. So I have the average sample being the one that scales to dres. That's the one that follows the control as it goes. And then I have a level of simple averaging, just adjacent samples, both on the very input and also on the undersampled input. When we reach doing a new reverb sample, it's in fact also averaging that too. And these are all things that are helping to suppress aliasing because they're getting rid of stuff that goes beyond the sample rate that we're at. It's kind of trying to restrain that to some extent. I think that's legit. I think we'll stick with that. What I don't know is whether I have average F sample. I got average in and I got average un-in. Those are still being used. I am not at all sure whether I'm using this average F sample anywhere, or indeed what it meant. I think that's commented out. Don't think we're using that. Considering that I'm not seeing it, let us just make that go away. And bouncing back over to here, as we are establishing this kind of stuff, you'll notice that I have made a thing having to do with this enum. Everything starts with fix underscore. And that's because I wanted to have a unique identifier for literally everything. That is not necessarily the case for what I've got here in Creamcoat, so I'm going to probably want to redesign everything. And there could be other code that I'm trying to apply this to that is already using terms like average for something. So we're going to want to, and you know, one of the things that I was doing with this new undersampling is it's using those Bezier curves to reconstruct waveforms based on the deeply undersampled output waves. Like the wave that is coming out is essentially like in CrunchCode where it's making a connect the dots between widely spaced places. But with the new one, with Creamcoat, it's using Bezier curves to reconstruct curves based on those widely spaced samples. And the whole struggle was to get it to do that in a way that still sounded nice. We got there, but the whole secret to the undersampling is that it's all using these Bezier curves to reconstruct. So I should use Bez as my initial thing denoting a kind of identifier. Because there's another one that is like BIQ for biquad. This is a fixed frequency biquad that doesn't, the BIQ stuff for my enums for the biquad filters explicitly include variables to do smoothing and sort of calculate everything on the fly based on where you are between the buffer extremes. Fix means you don't have to do that, and so it has fix for an identifier. And so this should be Bez. Bez for Bezier. So we are not in a modern enough DAW that we can update all of these things like this, but I tell you what I can do is go in and start doing these and then find a way of identifying what they need to be. Forgive the state of my health. I'm doing the best I can. So I'll just walk through all of that slowly and patiently. And then the final thing to add is this one where we track the very last one. And then I'm going to try to make these things correspond. I want them to look basically the same. I want them to have the same basic form. And then we do something like this, and then we start replacing these semicolons with commas and taking away where it says double, because now the array is the thing that is double. And these are just identifiers for places within the array. So this all has to come out because we're not actually declaring things now. And then instantiating them I get to do kind of automatically, but then I got to go and update all of this stuff. It is, however, fairly straightforward. And now if I hit save, it looks kind of the same as the other one. And I have a undersampling thing. I'll make another note. Instruction. And initializing all of these is fairly straightforward. And then referring to all the variables is going to mean referring to all of them as an array. So it'll be Bez-al, or things to that effect anyhow. And that means all of this changes to something kind of like this. There. And that stuff can be somewhat simplified. Whoops. There you go. And that now initializes all of these things, which no longer need to be here, up to and including a cycle. Oh, although I will note that I have started cycle at 1. So what we do to override that is go like this. There. And so that does the same thing as the cycle up there because it needs to live inside the array. And now we don't need to deal with all of these things being individually specified. When I do stuff like this, sometimes I miss one and have to go and fix it. Doing it this way, that can't actually happen. So now if we try to build this, it super totally doesn't work. I said it super totally doesn't work. Now what are you thinking? Did I have DZ region selected or something? Okay, let's save and close that. Maybe that's what. I should have just made it so it super totally doesn't work. We've taken away all of that stuff and replaced it with a completely different formulation, so the code in here should no longer work. Bingo. So now I got to go in and fix all of these, but then I'll have something that's a little more portable. And I'll start doing that now. In fact, I think I can do a little shortcut because so many of these things actually want this formulation, bez square bracket bez underscore. A bunch of things get done like that. And we can see this is correct because they go blue. Maybe that's where I got the idea of sound should go blue, that it's doing this thing. I am used to seeing this shade of blue mean that my variable is working. So maybe that's why I like it so much. So we got that sorted out, and I got to continue onwards a little bit with more. Let's do that thing. Ooh, missed one. So there's a start. It's the left channel of that. One imagines what it might be like to go and do a find and replace, but I'm not sure that would be correct. It might be, but it might not be. So we're not going to risk it. Let's just keep things steady and predictable. To the best of my perhaps limited abilities. Kind of like that. Now if I try to build, this stuff is going to stop being broken, but then there's still other stuff that's broken. Also, why is average sample R Well, that stuff's fine. Oh, I know. Under here. And here we do the same basic routine. And then here's where we reset that stuff. Now let's put the other brackets in. That should be all my brackets for that. And we do indeed have to go in here as well. And also here, remembering that our reconstruction starts from a fixed point some ways back in the sample chain. That should have those covered. Alrighty. Up, missed one. That's because this is also part of the routine. That appears to be the first place I hit it. In theory, I just got to go through here. This is, of course, how the Bezier curve is being calculated. And hey, in theory, this is now done. We shall see. We shall see. And remember, I still haven't put the pre-delay in. I said that I was going to put the pre-delay in, and then I have not, but I will. First things first, we're going to see whether it still works.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Acid of heart.
You can kind of sweep it. It has to flick rather than swoop. That's probably something that could also be used for evil purposes. You could probably do stuff with this to intentionally be doing that. Modulate it. See, the thing about that, it's freaky, but it's freaky in a way that is entirely different from the crunch coat freaky, so that's cool. I'm happy with the possibilities on that one. It's going to let you do terrifying things, which are very different tonal behavior than the previous terrifying things. So now over to this, and let's go and find a suitable place to get that pre-delay from. I do believe I have one in the, I'd better have one in the plate. Surely I have one in the plate. That's not the place I wanted to look. Okay, let's close all of these things down. As I simply opening the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure I got confused and opened the wrong thing. Let's try opening things more and opening the right things instead of the wrong things. So how about we open this thing? So we're going to want to make these changes. One of those is going to be pre-delay. Well, if the plate doesn't end up keeping the delay, the VLF delay, one thing I could do is change the name on the plate to regen, because that is essentially what it's doing. And I've already taken it away from being fully mimicking other people's plugins. Like other people's plugins use damping and it increases, but it's still marked damping, but setting it low, it makes it have less damping. Even though technically that would be more damping. So we can just call it regen. And I'll be changing it in key plate 240 as well. So we could just try to do that. Where possible, I'm trying to have consistent behaviors on all of this. So what's that going to mean? I guess we're doing regen, pre-delay, deres. I'm kind of trying to figure out what would be good, and I'm a little stumped. Also, why do I have constant best delay? I don't think I'm using that for anything. What actually is going on? Yeah, man, I'm not using that for a damn thing. So this is waiting to be adapted to the thing that I meant to do. Let's just start by setting up these parameters appropriately. At least I can but try. We'll try to set up the parameters appropriately. They may pose issues, but we'll do the best we can. I'm kind of stuck on like what sequence these are supposed to come in, because it does matter, but I can't think of what would be right. I'm sorry, I just can't. I don't know what would be good and what would be not. So it would end up looking kind of like this. And I'm pretty sure that Cream Code also follows the same rules. Let's go and check. Save that. See, when they say wetness, it means something in particular. Much like if it says inf wet, it means something. Wait, no, that's instantiation. When it says wetness, it means this. It means you can go to full wet and full dry at the same time. And that's for a specific reason, and it's for these reverbs, and I've been asked about this before. We're sticking on that and having a special name for it, because otherwise if it just says dry wet, like this currently does, oops, you assume that you can crossfade between 50-50, but that's not how these things are designed. So let's see. It is not a dry wet. That implies that you can crossfade, and we're not. Instead, if you have a full dry signal, you get to scale up to full wet and full dry. So you're adding reverb without necessarily taking away the raw sound. That makes it more amenable to sitting on some kind of bus or a submix or something like that and tweaking the amount of reverb that you're adding to the bus or submix without changing the entire balance of everything. That's why that is the way it is. So let's have pre-delay be like it is here. Now we got a little more to do. Actually, we've got so much more to do, but we'll call it a little more just for the moment. Deres can default to, pre-delay should default to 0, I think. Regen, pre-delay, deres, and wetness. See, here's where I really start thinking about these things, because what I'm trying to do, I am trying, and I'm going to talk myself through it and hopefully get to a result. I'm trying to design a overall way of doing the undersampling for all the reverbs going forwards. Like everything is going to get this designed the way it's being designed. That means everything gets a regen, everything gets a derez, everything gets a pre-delay. They should all be pretty consistent. As such, I want to have them in a useful order because they're all going to copy each other. They're all going to wind up being reached for in the same way. And if I was to do GUI versions, I can move the sliders and knobs and things around anywhere I want. But since these are not, since these are the default ones where all the Airwindows plugins have started out this way, the order that they're listed in does kind of matter. I know I want wetness on the bottom. This is also part of the whole, maybe this is a fine time for me to go and make another cup of my espresso. One of the things about espressos is that as nifty as they are, they don't get on top of you caffeine-wise the way that regular coffee does. I'm going to say this is a fine time for me to switch gears and hopefully reset my head enough to where I can actually do something. I've done some things, but I have to keep all this in my head so that I can do a whole class of reverbs in this way and have them all be consistent and not screw any of them up. I do not want to put out plugins that fail because I did them wrong. Anyways, one thing I can do is go off and make another cup of coffee while the mid-morning rush of people rushing away from the live streams happens, and I'll get back to my work in a moment. But for now, I'm going to pump through the track Nuke and Pave, very early part of it as well, and go and make another cup of coffee, and I'll be right back. Catch you in a bit. That sounds like. And jump back into our coding stream. Alrighty, so where did we leave off? We have big questions as far as what sequence things are in. Maybe I'm not as far off as I thought. Regen should certainly be on the top. That's the closest to directly manipulating the reverb. I wonder whether it should be regen, derez, then pre-delay, then wetness. Because wetness is how much it is relative to the dry signal. Pre-delay is when it is relative to the dry signal. And derez is kind of linked to regen. Not totally linked to regen, but they affect each other. So maybe having them be next to each other makes better sense. Let's see about making that little change in both of these. So it's going to be regen. I'm not sure what I call that in the VST version. Pre-DLY or something. Pre-DLY. So let's see. I swapped. I'm looking at K plate 140. Regen surely does not want to default to 1, so let's not. Let's default it to something in the middle. Likewise, we can default this to something in the middle. Dres probably does want to default to 1, so let's go and default that to 1. You will also note a problem here that I have to fix, but I'll do that later. Pre-delay can default to 0. And then we can default wetness to 0.25 for all of these. So that should be sorted out. We're going to make both of those be the same little delay. I think we might be running our pre-delay inside the reverb, meaning that it will relate to undersampling. It will be affected by that. It might or might not be a good thing. But there might be no better way of dealing with it, so maybe we'll just leave that. While we're at it, let's make all of these things be consistent too. This is going to take some doing, and hopefully when we get at the end of it, it's not going to be a giant mess. But all the same. So there's a start. We started using letters for versions of all this where rather than numbering this, we lettered them for the purposes of being able to use much larger numbers. So rather than being like, oh hey, default value k param 25, it would be like k param y. As such, we got to go through might just be able to build 240 directly from 140 this way. Also, when I was building console X, I gave everything like 3 letter names because I was ending up using large numbers of parameters, very large numbers. For the time being, however, that's going to work, and now I have to go through and fix the rest of it. But that does appear to be the gist of it. They seem to match. And we've defined pre-delay, which means we also have to go through here, and we're using Z as our pre-delay calculator. So we scroll down to here. think we also have to have a count Z. How does this even work? Well, for starters, this goes up here. Cream coat is one of our 4x4 householder matrices. I'm just saying that to observe it. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Whereas K-plate goes a little harder. So here's where we set this up. This caused problems in K Cathedral when I was defining one of these things and I did not initialize it correctly. So we're going to try to avoid that. Damn if I know why I have... Oh, I guess I do. I guess I know why I have this. Make that. Why do I have count this and then also short this? Why? Why is that? That is a thing I do not know. However, I can see that I'm going to do this. Boop. That's what that's supposed to be. Now we can start going through and keeping this fairly consistent. But there's going to be a bunch of changes everywhere in both of these. But if I can get them both to work and they both make the correct sound, I can extend off of that for future reference. We got an additional parameter. And we've renamed all of these, so now these need to be changed. Or indeed just copied. Got there. Here's where things start getting a little bit more messy. It's funny the way I struggle with things like this. It's really honestly kind of funny. I have programmer friends who are able to do stuff on such a higher level than me that it's hilarious and sad. And yet they still end up struggling with things. They just end up struggling with things on a different level. Like, I'm struggling with this, and they end up struggling with stuff like bizarre cross-platform adaptations to the Juice framework on Windows using different DAWs, and whether Ableton Live acts the same way that Reaper does for this undocumented call. So you can't get away from that, really. You just end up being more or less stuck with it. So here we have something where I can copy some of these but not others. All of these are generic, but the one on the top is not. So that made those all work, but this one now has to be kparam 8. Got there. Because I couldn't copy that from here because this one is an indexed. It goes from 0 to 16. On the VST, it forces it into an int and does it that way. But we're getting there. That was the thing. I just had to do that thing. Have we initialized? Oh, we haven't, have we? And I'll tell you why. Because we do not have Z, but this one probably does. See how we got all this going on? This has many more delay buffers, but this is the one that matters, because this is the one we're copying over from the previous. Going to give it a little space, because that is not one of the input buffers or one of the reverb buffers, but it is simply the pre-delay. It's a different name on it and a different purpose, and the whole thing works differently. So now, we keep referring to short, but defining these variables. Why do we not see it here? Can we make those go away? Oh, gotta steal this. This is extremely important. This is what caused a problem with K Cathedral last time, failing to initialize that. We have no filters in Creamcoat. But here's how our undersampling is going to work. That's got that covered. So now it's time to figure out how to label these various things. So just for a moment, given that this is probably in working order now, except for that I have an additional parameter to include, that's going to come directly from K-Plate 140. This needs to use these control names. That's going to be param A. Got that sorted out. This is now param B. It does some extra things, but we're still labeling it regen. All of that just becomes param B. Pre-delay, well, that's actually param D now. Dres probably needs changing, but it starts from here, and that's param C. I might want to have them be in order. And then wetness is param E. So that probably sorted that stuff out. But yeah, excuse me. So let's see. Some of this stuff in K-Plate 140 shouldn't be here anymore. Let's go in and clean this up while we're at it. We're not doing IIR filtering in this one because the damper is so effective at suppressing lows that we no longer need to do the input filtering. The, what do you call it? That Abbey Road trick of filtering the input. So C can go in front of D, and that correlates a little bit better to what these things actually functionally do and mean. We've still got the sub delay because that's part of K plate. I'm using my knee to like lift up the laptop. And we've not yet updated all of that. So what do we have here then? Well, among other things, we have the same arrangement of these as on K plate 140, except for its select instead of input pad. But the other ones are the same. So A is going to be input pad, but then some of these other ones are now going to be changed. Regen is indeed param B. Dres is indeed param C. But hey, we now have a pre-delay, meaning that wet is param E. And now I got to go fishing for the pre-delay. It would be here. So we've got our variable, and now we are calling param D and setting adjust pre-delay for that. So I should be able to include the pre-delay by including the code that exists in K plate 140. And if I haven't gotten something terribly wrong, it'll even work. That'd be exciting. However, we've got a bunch of this stuff here, because this, oh, I found it. Here's where it goes. See how I've got it marked out neatly this way? But I am going to have to make changes. But you know what? I'm going to have to make changes to all of this anyway, so no biggie. I've copied it over from K plate, but K plate's going to have to get the changes from here and bring it right back into K plate again. Because you see what I've got here? Cycle minus equals 1.0. I'm doing the undersampling, but I'm not doing it properly. All of this has to be made to be exactly the way it is in Clean Code. So I bring over the pre-delay, but then I reprogram the pre-delay and bring it back, and then bring all of the undersampling back over to K plate 140. It's not even going to make any sense until I do that, because I've set it up to be the array here. So none of that actually relates anymore. So the whole thing must be replaced. Here's where we begin to do that. We are not, in fact, doing ab sample. We are doing Bez sample for the Bezier curve reconstruction. And so this needs to be made into this. And then this, likewise. And that's probably everything, I think. I think that's everything. One quick way to find out. Oh, hello. That's an interesting problem to be having. What's going on? Oh, aha. Well, why would you say that? Why would you say duplicate case value when it clearly says a different thing? That seems weird. Oh, I bet I know why. I found the problem. I wonder whether it'll do the same thing. Up here, where we define this, it's up at the top here. We're defining this, but look, I missed one. So kparam d actually is the number 3, but then kparam e is also actually the number 3. That's a bit that I missed, so I got to fix it. Having done that, it should be fine, he says, with all the ambition in the world. But signs kind of point to yes. And now, before going and doing the rest of this, let's now see if we can do that station-to-station effect that I was talking about so much. I'm trying to rest my leg on my other leg and pushing the laptop around. Whatever. And let's have pre-delay be smaller than that, shall we?
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
Yep, D-Res correctly does the right thing.
Has the dead of heart to walk and live. Has too much from one who cannot dare.
So if you're pre-delay, you can make a really long delay.
Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
Okay, so let's dial it in a little bit more. Now that I know that it works, which it does, we try to do something else with it.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard.
So that's gonna be in the right general vicinity.
This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you.
Maybe that's too small.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
And a little less of the reverb in there. And I might be getting into the zone of what I was trying to do.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare.
Just a little more pre-delay.
Such demands are hard things to forgive.
And I'm just shooting
This alone I'll call on you to do.
for that intense, like station to station, wild as the wind reverb. It doesn't need to be as loud as that,
Everything's returning unto you.
but it's got to be quite strong.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
And I think that got me there. Although, we could try darkening it more with D-Res, like this.
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
That's darkened.
Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
That might be even better at getting into that
Alone I'll call on
that
you
station to
do.
station vibe.
Cast aside a lifetime's lifetime's vicious lies.
It's just up.
Everything's returning unto
It's just up front enough.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
It's just up front enough to have a strong sense of the vowel, but it's taking away some of the sibilance and articulation. So that's exactly right.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live.
And you have it with next to no regeneration, but quite loud.
Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do.
And if you were singing TVC 1.5, a little bit more pre-delay maybe.
Everything's returning unto you.
And you got a little bit of that slapickiness to it.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
I think that'll work. I could find better selections. Bigger selections will cause it to be more delayed. Smaller selections will cause it to be even more boxy. I think this sound also shows up on Heroes, but it's done in different ways on Heroes. It also makes you wonder whether they are being a little bit cagey. The description of recording Heroes is they had gates set up so that you would have a distant microphone in a big reverby room opening up for when David Bowie sang loudly. This is not to say they didn't use that as a kind of metaphor, and it was actually done in mix or augmented by the same digital reverbs that were available at the time and that came out in 1976. Or simply having learned from the use of that particular track on Station to Station, you went on and started using it using real microphones and reverbs and gates to reconstruct what the plug-in, and when I say plug-in, I mean the old digital device, was able to naturally do by not having the extended resonance. Because again, you can do this, right? But when you add resonance, it turns into something else. You got this, but then if you extend the resonance, you get this.
Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
So we can keep
this alone I'll call on you to do.
A little more of a reverb tail on it, but still have it fall away real quick.
Lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
So yeah, more regen, less wetness, because you've just added more volume to the sustaining reverb as it goes. But one thing I have established is this is now done. And it is not even quite noon yet. So what I'm going to do is scamper away for just a moment and rinse out my coffee cup because I'm not going to make more coffee, but that's probably a nice turning point for the day. I can spend the rest of the day getting all these other reverbs set up in this way and ready to go. Because that needs to happen. I need to make that happen. So let's do that. Sometimes it's funny to me how I struggle with all of this kind of stuff, because it's like it's just kind of a condition of existence, really. It's just kind of how some of this stuff works. Meanwhile, let me attend to the thing I was going to do. We've now got this set up. Everything is initialized and doing what it's supposed to do. That is initialized. Regen B. Let's check and see whether we've got DRes correctly made. I'm going to say no, that's not correctly made at all. So let's take that away, shall we? However, regen is going to stay. DRes needs to be replaced with this, because that's what we're doing now. I don't know how much I'm going to be doing with this VLF pre-delay, but I can use param E to dial it in if that becomes a problem. Hey Jess, we're having a slow day. I remember now one of the things I was going to be talking about, because some of this is also me talking about, and it's interesting to me going through all of this and basically, oh, hello, why are we doing this? That don't make any sense. Or does it? Do we want this? I feel like this exists, so it can be put into cream coat. It can be put into all the ones going forward. Do we want this? Because here's the thing. I know why this exists. I just forgot I had done it. This exists because when I was setting this as adding a little bit of reverb to a dry track, the way it's designed to be able to do, I'd keep on having to have it so close to the left edge of the slider. So we're putting a scaling factor in there. You know what? I'm going to say yes, we do. I'm going to say we're going to include it in cream coat. I'm going to build a new version. I said I'm going to build a new version. Come on. Go. There we are. And then we're going to use it with this because this causes it to be a little bit more adjustable if you're only adding very small amounts of reverb to what is basically a submix or a bus or something. Because it's designed to let you put it on a existing bus or something along those lines, and then be able to dial it in without too much fuss. So yeah. So here is something that we now copy all of this directly over. From here to end pre-delay. And we're going to have to change a couple of more things there, but that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. It's going to be more complicated than I hoped. Here's where we're defining outsample. We're using outsample from here. But average sample actually needs to be Bez in every single one of these cases from this up to this point. So we could just try to build it and see it fall on its face and become totally broken. But we're not going to do that because we know what the basic idea is. We also know that we want to do this averaging. So here's my question. What if we just defined a new average sample L and R using this process to create what it needs to be? If you follow me. I know I shouldn't be stalling out on this, but one of the things I was going to talk about was burnout. And I'm more or less sure that I'm in a fairly advanced stage of burnout. And my purpose, like the thing that helps me survive that status of like having finished all of this Airwindows meter stuff, effectively having developed Console X, but not having done the GUI for it yet, and facing things like putting out the meter and then also mixing a series of hit records to establish the idea that I can do that now, has got me into a fairly advanced state of burnout. And the trick with that is, like, recovering addicts and alcoholics often or sometimes do a 12-steppy kind of thing. And the trick with burnout is a first step process. And the thing about being on a first step is accepting powerlessness. The thing that will make burnout be worse is if you're like, no, this is not okay. No, I must be able to do more. I must not stop and stare at the wall for 10 seconds while doing a live stream. That's the stuff that's going to hurt you, is if you cannot accept where you're actually at. And the first step is about accepting where you're actually at. So the relevance of that to me, in my state of probably fairly advanced burnout, is just embracing the fact. Like on Tuesday, I had to stop at 1. I really like doing like 12 hour, go figure. Listen to me talking about that, and then I say things like, oh, I'm in an advanced state of burnout. I wonder why that could possibly be. Well, it's because I assume like I do 8-hour streams twice a week, and then in talking about them, I call it 12. Well, maybe that's not a good idea. And I had to stop halfway through on Tuesday. And that's because I was just too fried. I wasn't going to be able to keep talking and doing stuff. And today, it's taking me forever to do this, and that's okay. It is okay to not be able to think, to be struggling with the simplest things. Because what's really going to hurt you in that kind of state is not being able to accept the reality of where it is. So with that, here is some lines of code that I'm going to want to use. But I should be able to walk through some of this stuff. Maybe I'll leave green code the way it is. But when I talk about burnout and stuff like that, I am on the one hand acknowledging that I've got myself into that fix, but also trying to give some kind of hope or guidance as to how you get yourself through things like that. And I think it has a great deal to do with like sort of the general, it's like a work addict overdosing, honestly. Let's see, double AVG samp L equals, and that's what I would need to do in order to make this part work. Double AVG samp R. And the thing is, in doing something like this, and again, I am talking my way through this experience to share it for anybody else who is in the same boat or goes into this kind of thing themselves or whatever. I feel like the stupidest man alive when I'm doing things like going AVG samp R equals Bez, and Bez samp R plus Bez unin R, and then that's averaging the two things. I'm working on an undersampling thing that's using Bezier curves to reconstruct the waveform. This is not actually the stupidest thing that you could possibly do in the world. It really is not. There's lots of interesting things going on here. I'm looking forward to enjoying the results of all of this in doing mixes that are actually going to be kind of cool. But I also have to ride through the reality of feeling that I'm way behind par and don't really belong in the community of other people doing audio coding or whatever, because sort of the subjective state of doing this kind of sits there. And I wonder how many of these other things need attention. That said, here's the bit that I just did. The cycle needs to kind of match. So that's still the same that it was. And then the stuff at the end, after we do all of this stuff, which is part of the reverb, we go into here. And this needs to be changed too. Also, Jazz has said something. I don't think so. No, sorry. Nope, I don't think you can do that. Or, I mean, the code, the source code is out there, so if you can do that, then knock yourself out. I can't. Let's see. So app sample exists, so we're probably able to use all of this without changing it. That's probably fine. It is. Here, let me show you. Check this out. See if you can go to this location, or indeed GitHub Airwindows meter. If you just go to my GitHub Airwindows, it's one of the tagged projects. It's like right up in the top. You can tag about 6 of the different projects to be shown on the front page. I've included this as one of them. And then you go to releases. This is currently the most recent release, but I'll eventually point people to just meter releases, and it will go to the most recent one in case I need to make any changes. And hey, Bruno, thank you. Greetings to Ecuador in turn. So yeah, so we've established average sample as its own thing, so I don't have to go and find every instance of them now. Now we go to the end of this altered thing. This is an altered thing. This one's a 4x4 householder matrix. This is a 5x5. And it's got some all passes that are drifted slightly. I've got 2 of them. I could probably do more, but I'm not worried about that right now because the plate's sounding fine the way it is. Oh, by all means, do your build, add snapshot feature to it. This is open source for a reason. There's our feedback. Here's short bus. There's a whole bunch of short bus on the feedback. And it's a tricky matter. And then we've got some blur factor in here. I don't know how we're doing that, but we're doing it. And then this becomes the part where now I need to do it differently. So here's our final setup. And here is the part that needs to be replaced. So we'll start from there and then go down to where? Go down to wet dry. If we do that, it ought to work. Let's see if that's true. From take the final combined sum of outputs down to if wet less than 1. Actually, do I want to? No, that's the same. So let's copy that. All of that is going to get replaced by what we've just copied. So final combined sum of outputs, right down to where it talks about the wet and dry. Boop. In theory, nope. I think I have the same problem I had on cream coat. Will you look at that? Also, I have another thing and another variable that needs to be fixed, but one thing at a time. So we are not actually using this anymore. This part doesn't get included. See it go up here, up here, up here, up here, down here. We don't have this int cycle end stuff. That was the old version of undersampling. We're not using it anymore. Also, why are we... What's this input pad stuff and why isn't it being used? But we can just make this go away. Did I simply replace the stuff with the input pad somehow? Well, one way to fix that also, I should remember a part that I always do. Let's remember the part in a moment. If you can specify what I'm about to do, then hooray for you, you're a Airwindows expert. Because me saying I need to remember a part is a strange way of putting what I'm about to do. But I'm burned out, so that's where that comes from. I just asked Bacon Paul to do this. When I say apart, what I meant was I like to not needlessly do multiplies by 1, and so if the input pad is just at full crank, we don't do anything. That is the case with lots of my stuff. That is the case with this. I don't know why it wasn't already there, but that should fix that problem. And then Remember how I had a problem in Cream Coat? Remember how it said the thing and then it did another thing? And that is because here's the part that I have forgotten. D equals 3, E also equals 3. I forgot to do this, and then I forgot to do it here as well, and so now I've remembered to do that. Having done that, this should actually work. We hope. Oh, and I seem to have written down what the pre-delay is supposed to be, so let's just punch that in while we're at it. 11,000 times 0.737 is apparently what this number is supposed to be. Cool. I must have had that in there when I was doing some other adjustments and changes, and so that comes in handy. Unless it sounds completely wrong, I'm going to assume that that was correct. And now I should be able to build. And we're going to build Cream Coat as well. And I'm so confident that I'm done that I'm ready to start putting them up here. This is where I stage things when I'm about ready to release them. And I think I can close Cream Coat because we have now moved onwards to having K-Plate 140 be the next one to go. I'm going to want to do 140, 240, and K Cathedral 3. I would also like to include the old version of the undersampling that I'm currently doing as a new version of DRes. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to do that today. We'll see. This could be a bit of a slow day. I have to drop into low range. With my advanced state of burnout, it's like I can only do what I can only do. But for the time being, one thing that just happened is I think I just built a working version of K-Plate 140, and that's kind of exciting. Let's see how true that is. And let's just copy it over. We'll go over the vocal. We'll go back to Cream Coat.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of hard to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare.
I'm less happy with my singing again, but I'm happy enough with how that sounds. So over to testing K-Plate 140 and seeing whether we've got it in the zone.
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
Oh, I have DRes at 0.
Ask the dead of hard to walk and live.
There we go.
Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do.
We've got a loud sound going on. It's too much regen.
Lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you.
See, here's where the input pad comes in handy.
You're the one
Also, I feel like I think I need to adjust the overall trim. See what this gain level is doing? This gain level is blowing everything up really violently. So if no DRes, we're clipping super hard. So one of the things I already know I need to do, which was not the case for Creamcoat, is our gain levels are not correct. They are not okay. They need to be toned right down. One thing we can do in order to do that is dial input pad down even further. Now, let's see if I can find something like Tom's to fool with it on. So let's see, if we are doing this, and let's assume we don't pad input pad, but we pad elsewhere, because that means now that we can no longer even, the thing that I made doesn't matter unless the input pad can go to 1. So we're going to leave that alone this time. Double check that that does go to 1, so that's fine. So where do we pad? Well, one of the things that's happening is we're kind of doubling the volume. We're making average sample out of this plus the previous and then assigning the previous to the current. So that's another 6 dB right there. This should still scale okay. We shouldn't actually have to scale this yet. Although I wonder whether we do in fact have to scale it. Because to what extent is subtight gain sensitive? All of this is more or less designed to work at a given output level. Like, here's how we do this stuff. We got a couple of all passes. We're making the feedback. We're combining everything. We're applying short bus, which I think is gain sensitive. We're doing this thing called feed blur. We're correcting for household or gain output. And then we're doing this. So I'm going to just stare at that for a moment because I don't know what I'm doing. But it feels to me like here's where the brain is struggling with this at the moment. So it feels to me like here's the thing that if I had this plate reverb dialed in and doing what I wanted previously at an appropriate volume level, and have just added all this other stuff that is volume insensitive, the reconstruction of the waveform, all of this undersampling stuff, it doesn't have distortions built into it. It's not going to care what the volume level is. But if inside the plate reverb it does care, and I'm pretty sure that the short bus stages that are causing the damping factor to resist low frequencies when you have the damper too close to the plate, and that's intentional. If that is volume sensitive, I need to pad on the input of the reverb, causing the information going in to the point where it says AVG sample L and R. Those need to be padded to where it's an appropriate volume level. That's where it needs to be padded. So that's way up here. Having a quick glance over here and seeing whether I have annoying extra space in there that I don't need or want. This is an expensive reverb, honestly. There's a lot of sines and things happening. We will live with it. And here's the point. So now we can multiply it and shift the bits down for a volume pad. Let's do it in a fairly aggressive way to start off with and see where we get. Because we could take it 6 dB, we could take it 12 dB down. I'm thinking maybe like a solid 18 dB down. I know that is one of the numbers that corresponds to that. Because if you have it every time, you're going to go from 0.5 to 0.25 to 0.125 and so on. And all of those are your shifting of bits. So that just padded it. That means it's going to be quieter next time I investigate it, which we're about to do. And we're going to see how it behaves this time with exactly the same settings that I had from before. Because these sounds,
A little bit unfair.
that's minus 6 dB. If I have it at full reverb, I feel like it should also be hovering around minus 6, even with a fairly extensive regen. Let's see what we got. We got some regen, no input padding, no DRes, no pre-delay, full wet. What do we got?
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
Nailed it, 18 dB.
Ask the dead of how to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot.
So if we have minimum regen,
Such demands are hard things
what that means is the damping plate is as close as possible to the giant metal plate that is the reverb.
cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
And it's cutting back the sustain somewhat. I feel like it could be doing it a little bit more, but we're probably fine. I could tweak it a little bit maybe, we'll see. Especially since the DRes is going to make everything be more sustainy. This is the shortest possible setting. So I feel like that could be stepping on the sustain a little bit more. And then if you crank it up as far as it can go, these are our sort of theoretical ultimate reverbs. Middle setting, it quickly starts handling it. I'm not sure low key is the correct. I think it's pretty high key. I created that because I have done my damnedest to make this be exactly that. Let's see whether some of our other things work.
Ask the dead of how to walk and live.
That's a bunch of pre-delay.
Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
And
This
DRes.
alone I'll call on you to do.
That's going to do a really good job of making it sound big and distant. So now we got to deal with getting the regen to be a lot smaller. Yeah, it'll sound even better when you actually get to hear it over your own speakers because you're hearing it through my monitor speakers. And that's not optimal, but that's the best I can do for you for now. So we got this. So as we look for the sustain on that regen, we've got multiple things happening. SB scale needs to not be changed. SB rebound needs to not be changed. Those are all very delicate, and they have to do with the short bus algorithm. The way that that affects the apparent plate, I don't think I can do anything to help with that at all. But regen, on the other hand, now that could be changed. So when it says double regen equals, that is the number. And we have it being said in a sort of coarse way, and then adjusted just below by regen equals regen times 0.0001 plus another even smaller number. That's the amount of sustain off of the whole entire thing. Now we've got a lot of sustain. And we're looking to make the smallest possible setting be way smaller, and we can probably afford to make the largest possible setting smaller too. So I feel the appropriate thing to do here for dialing back this amount of intense reverb regen is to see that plus 0.16. That's going to have a much bigger effect on the smallest settings, because anything in that plus 0.16 is our minimum amount of reverb. The rest of it goes from 0 to 0.425, and that defines how long it can be in the full range of adjustment. But the 0.16 is the amount of sustain that we always have no matter what. Let's chop that in half and see what we get. 16 to 08. Because again, what we're going to do is try to make it so that the sustaininess of this plate reverb, the tone of it still follows what the damping does, but then it's got to be a lot tighter. Because when we start downsampling it, okay, I kind of...
That's too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are
So could I make it go even more? Also,
this alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside precious lies.
so that's maximally undamped. So the thing to pay attention to here is that although we have it sustaining as much as possible, when we start applying derez, the sustain will get even deeper. I'll demonstrate. So the more we derez it, the longer the sustain's going to get. So it's going to get ridiculous real quick. It's also going to do a lovely job of sounding like a big distant thing. Let's get even crazier. So this is going to be your friend for deep ambient, no question about that. But this is the kind of stuff where you want to be able to have it doing useful things for people working in genres where that makes sense. And I hear a little bit of the D-res chirpiness, but not all that much. I think I can live with what there is there. Thing is, at maximum regen, it should be building up pretty good. And then if we cut the regen back, but we should be able to suppress the regeneration fairly well even at a very low D-res. I don't know about you, I hear a faint little chirpiness. That's the algorithm I'm using. I think I can live with it. I'm fairly happy with where that is sitting. And then at full regen, the question is, how far do I go in the direction of giving you really extreme unlimited regen? Like, we're taking the damping plate and throwing it out the window. We're moving it into an adjacent building. So this is the plate just hanging out all by itself. What if we bring it back a touch? Yeah, it sounds better without the full regen. It's a little kind of spacey this way, but you pull it into the middle and it starts sounding very plausible. I feel like that could be damped out a little bit more than it is. But I also feel like letting it sustain longer would also make sense, so I have two changes to make. This 0.8 can become smaller, but also this needs to become a little bit larger to compensate, because it needs to cover a broader range. So and remember, this is also having an effect, so we can push it in both directions. So 8. So it's 0.425. If it was 0.43, then it'd be 0.87653. This is expanding it in both directions at once. Let's see where we get. Because I'd like the usable stuff to sit in the middle of the control. I'm looking forward to using this plugin in like some upcoming mixes. I feel like the K140 is going to be one of my go-to plugins for this stuff. As much as it'll be fun to also do K Cathedral 3 this way, because K Cathedral 3 is going to be done this way too. But just the plate is better. It is just better for some of this. So what do we got?
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of how to walk and live.
We didn't take that much away from this, did we?
One who cannot dare.
What have we got for the longest part of the sustain, though?
Such a hard case to forgive. This will help
Yeah, that's plenty. That's a lot.
cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you.
Here's where that blur thing comes in.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
It's kind of a lot of sustain, though. What if we don't derez at all?
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of how to walk and live.
Very bright reverb.
One who cannot dare.
Yeah, the damping and stuff is still all working, but the amount of continuing sustain I have at the smallest regen setting is too great. I gotta go after this part now. And I can tell you why. Look at that. So the entire change I have put in here doesn't alter this range. Let's see where else this shows up. I'm wondering whether this shows up elsewhere. Well, I've already used it there. No, I believe I understand how this works. And that means these changes don't need to be as much as they are. And this is where I'm going to get most of my result. So firstly, 0.43 goes from 0 to 1. 0.43 plus 0.03 means 0.433. Let's call this 0 to 0.44 because you know what? We immediately do this, and this is where most of that sustain is coming from. So this will act about the same. But if I did more of this and less of this, our maximum setting is not really 0.001, but 0.00044. So our maximum setting is not 0.00025, but 0.00294. If you don't see where that 294 comes from, it comes from some of the other math. What that means is if we double this and have that, well, hang on though. Hang on. So if we want our maximum one to stay about the same, we've actually raised it a tiny amount. And regen is doubled. See, if regen started out going from 0 to 1, that would be one thing. But it doesn't. It totally doesn't. Well, hang on a second, though. Remember what I just said? We could include that as part of my calculation. Maybe that would be nice. Let's find out. So 0.0001 times 0.44 means we get an additional 0 and then a 44. Same thing. So that is now simplified. And this no longer needs as many parens to make it work. So that is now simplified too. And that's going to be about the same. So maybe let's start doing some of this math. So it'll go from 4 zeros 4 4. We add that to 3 zeros 2 5 to make 3 zeros 2 9 4, just like I said. So let's start off by there's where we end up. If we had regen cover a larger range, we could increase it. If we doubled it, it would go to 8 8. And increase it a little more, it'll go to 1. So what do we need to do in order to make that get us back down to the smallest possible setting? Well, very simple. This goes from 0 to 0001. This goes from 000295 as a maximum possible thing. So we go to 195. And we should now have a substantially altered range where the most extreme sustain will still be about the same. I think it is very funny how slow I'm talking and how slow I'm going through all this. But I was talking before about burnout and stuff, and that's basically where this comes from. This is my way of being able to continue to function. Is embracing the general stupid factor of that's about as fast as I can go right now. And let's hear what we got.
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
D-Res?
As the dead apart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare.
So that is a very heavily damped reverb. It's so heavily damped that we don't have much in the way of volume out of it. But then as we increase, So that's our maximum sustain. And then while having it at full res, that's our minimum sustain. And it really does sound as if we have the damper like right up against it. So do we have too much now? I don't know.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you.
Maybe I have a little too much of that.
One I call upon to rise.
However, remember, using DRes will cause the sustain to be larger. That's the whole reason that I made that change just now. So when we start doing DRes, what do we have as far as additional sustain? Also, what does it sound like as we sneak up?
You're the one I call upon to rise.
We might actually have a good regen setting in here.
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
You cut it back like that.
That's the debt of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare.
See, it kind of sustains,
Demands are hard things to forgive.
but we do have those highs
This alone I'll call
kind of fighting their way
to
through.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
I think that's looking like it's starting to work as a plate reverb sound. The range of adjustments
It's a little bit unfair. Ask the debt of heart to walk and live.
especially when you dial it back.
Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do.
Allow a little more brightness.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you.
The character is sticking out in a useful
You're
way.
the one I call upon to rise.
50-50 or thereabouts.
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
In full verb.
Ask the debt of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
So here's one of our brighter
This
possible ones.
alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
The handy thing about having the Bezier reconstruction is that almost all of this is already being used as an undersample because this is a 96K file, and I recommend using 96K for stuff. So being able to do this reconstruct in this way comes in handy at the higher settings, not just at the lowest settings. Let's fire up some other sounds. Drum sounds, for instance. I meant Pink Floyd, Pecori mentions Pink Floyd tom sounds. So here's our biggest possible drum. And we're going to manipulate the damper now. There's a damper. More damper. Most damper. I have an interesting sort of double echo thing going on here. And this is with no derez. So in theory, if that hat is going to cause a problem, here's where it would be most obnoxious, but it's not. It's not actually giving me a problem. Tight little plate. And of course, this is with no pre-delay. And no derez. That's pretty tasty. I am more or less happy with where that's sitting. Now let's see what happens when we derez it. It's definitely a darker sound. Dry. I do wonder whether it's worth dealing with pre-delay in a way where it's a factor of derez, but at the same time, I'm not sure that makes sense. Although, so here's what pre-delay can get to. It's a pretty big pre-delay. The question is if, well, I guess we can try it and find out. If it works, then maybe that's also something that should happen on the cream coat. Because here's the thing. Pre-delay, DRes, let's see. DRes equals 1 divided by it, 1 divided by DRes. Yay, okay. I'm pretty sure it's a number smaller than 1. That means we have that big pre-delay available. We can always expand it further by just making that number be bigger. But then we're not necessarily using hardly any of it most of the time if we do this. Is this going to become relevant? In the sub-delay, well, no, I think that is actually correct. He says, deeply skeptical and wondering whether that's really the way. You know what? Let's find out. This is advanced. All of this times DRes. Because you see, the original VLF subdelay was never designed for undersampling to that extent. So here's our maximum pre-delay. We're now always running some of it because we're at 96K. There's the pre-delay at a consistent amount. It's tuned in. You got a whole bunch of reverb. Much less regen? Nice. Okay. Okay. There are some platey sounds. And that's a much deeper sound. That's kind of getting into your levee break sound in its limited way. So I'm completely happy with that regen change. The fact that both of these things are now dialed in to the amount of DRes means I can adjust the DRes and everything else stays locked in place. That's nice. I like that part, to the extent that I'm going to start including it on Clean Code as well. So I need to rebuild that. We need to go back over here. And we need to go find what we did and change it. So this one we don't have the additional delay for the subs, and so I don't need to change that part. but I can think of one further alteration it needs. Everything needs to have a little bit more maximum delay. So we're going to take that up to there. And likewise for there. The VLF should be fine, he says, still being a little skeptical. I am thinking about it and trying to figure out whether the change that I just made threw the VLF off too substantially from what I had before. I'm trying to remember what it sounded like back when I was fooling with the VLF pre-delay, which delays lower frequencies relative to the higher frequencies, and it's a control that I'm going to want to continue to modify, because doing this change flipped the pre-delay from a longer delay that wasn't being adjusted to DRes to a delay that is incorporating the fact that we're running at 96K already. And that's like having the amount of delay that's on VLF pre-delay. So if we neatly just about double it, instead, 8,000 to 16,000. We'll make both of them 16,000 just because why not? Build you, build you, close you, close you. I'm going to need to reinvestigate this. That said, although it's going very, very slowly, grudgingly, it is kind of going, it's kind of moving. So here's where we left off. It's kind of fun. So that's cool. We might be pretty much there with that one. The adjustments that I'm making all seem to sit in the right place and work about the right way. So here we are with Cream Coat again. That's about the same amount of sustain. Little The Police. Cool, cool. That's about the size of it. That's a second one ready to go. And the only remaining question is, do I need to make more changes to Cape Plate 240 to make it work appropriately? But before then, I got to do another pit stop. So I'm not going to be making more coffee, but I think maybe I'll make myself a nice cup of herbal tea. Something like that. Something to finish out the rest of the coating of the afternoon, because I need to do Cape Plate 240 and I need to do the new K Cathedral using all these same techniques, but it should all be fairly straightforward. Very similar to what I did. It's just these final changes with the dialing and the regen and everything put everything where I needed it to be. That's what I was doing today with this work. So let's go and investigate, I don't know, some kind of piece of music or other. Oh, let's go back to Welcome to Free Luna. One of the things that I might try to do at some point is remix / master things. Because a lot of this stuff, knowing what I know, if I was to do this again, I'd be able to do it better the first time, and I would quite like to get a chance to do this kind of thing again. It's been years. It's been years since I did this. But anyways, let me grab my... I'm not sure if I'm going to even... enjoy Welcome to Free Luna. I'm going to put this on, and I will be back. John Carmack said the same thing. Said what thing, I wonder? Said that he was all burnt out? Or said that he was going to do something with reverbs? Oh, yeah, fair. Very likely, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like, the thing to remember about being a burnt out customer is you probably got there through pushing really hard and being dissatisfied. And being dissatisfied is good, but you can't let it hurt you. You have to be able to accept that pervasive feeling of, oh my God, I suck, and I've gotten nowhere, and this is terrible, and I just found all these things that I did wrong. Well, a year ago, you didn't know any of that stuff, and you thought you were doing great. Anyways, here is the Neuron Factory, which was like the first track that I released off of this, played on direct to stream and over hit record meter. So here we go, and I will be back when I am done, which won't be terribly long. A bassy track without much hit recordness to it yet, but it's working. things I pulled off pretty well, like the density of sound relative to the loudness of the beats is more or less okay. And although I am going rather bright, I haven't gone really quite too far. The amount of brightness there is still within the range of acceptable. Yeah, it's all cool. Back we come. I will go and take the tea bag out and put some stevia in this herbal tea pretty soon. It's too hot to drink so far. And it's time to start doing K-Plate 240. And I'm curious as to whether the changes that I've made are going to make 240 work better right out of the gate. And then also what's going to happen with K Cathedral, because that should be interesting too, especially with my DRes being the way it is. Now 240, I designed to be the smaller plate, and 140 is the big main plate, but 240 is the gold foil. 240 is the smaller plate. And I remember trying it with the guitar and finding that it had a nasty sort of low frequency quality going on that I found really objectionable. So I was determined that I was going to have to use a different bass sound for it. But first things first, let's shuffle stuff around. Because we've got some stuff to do. All this needs to be made to match 140 except for, oh look, we're renaming everything too. Okay, well, if we're renaming everything, we're renaming everything. Fine, fine. I'm just reading everything here. That said, don't need to read everything here. Got to do that. What else? I think this is going to be all identical. Except right at the end, right at the end. I also wonder how many of these things I'm still actively using. I might not be using as much of this as I think, but I'm not sure. So it's like the fellow said, it raises new and troubling questions. It's a newspaper joke. A noted newspaper reporter, Malcolm Gladwell, did a stunt once. Did you ever hear about this? It's the same guy that writes all those books that are sort of cheap entries into science or whatever. He started out as a newspaper reporter. I believe all of this is going to be literally the same for each, so I can copy these parts over directly. Up to, and well, no, these are all generic, so that's actually fine. Meaning I can copy this over directly too. A true E, it was cream coat that wasn't able to do this. There we go. Here's this. Here's count. There's our final count. That's the one that has to be initialized. Parry Q, subtype, and the new undersampling is this easy to apply. If I hang in there through the rest of the day, it might be worth trying to do the derez that this would become. Because remember, I initially had this working in a different way and had to change it because the way that Crunch Coat was made to work doesn't work for this new concept. But it might not work for the new concept in a way that's perfect for certain uses. So it's worth giving it a try. But now let's see what we've got here. I'm going to say let's just take literally exactly this. I see no significant changes. I see a change in blur. That's interesting. Okay. Good enough. We'll take it. If we need, we're going to be adjusting these things to dial in the sound anyhow. So, here we are. I guess I must have edited this out before. Oh. Actually, no, that lives elsewhere now. Perhaps unhelpfully, because we don't really need to be doing... Well, no, yes we do, don't we? No, we don't, do we? Okay, I see why it's the way it is. So that's like this. And oh boy, all of this needs to be changed, doesn't it? Well, alrighty then. We have lots of changes to make. Firstly, let's go right down to where it says begin subtype section. Up to and including this part that needs to be changed too. Cool. So take that and go from here down to scale. We're going to use that. The rest of this is probably going to be fine, I think. Yeah, because I've got the gain levels in there. Okay. That is the same as it was. Give me a second. I'm going to go and do my tea. Okay, thank you. That'd hold me for a moment. Back into the breach. What are we doing here? Oh, look. There's something that needs to be changed. That's not the same. That's not the same either. Will you look at that? I see stuff that needs to be changed. Outsample is fine, but it needs to start saying average sample instead of input sample. So let's attend to that now. Here's where it starts to say it. I'm slowing down to try to see that I do it properly. Kind of like this. Okay, seems legit. And then clearly also this. Odd that I didn't have that taken care of yet. This is all a 5x5 matrix and is going to be about the same. But I'm interested as to whether we have other changes in here. A delay slot becomes an all pass. Okay. They are both all pass and they are both slightly pitch drifting. And I set that up before, so that should be about fine. This is where I'll be putting discontinuity into future ones. Ones that are meant to be air rather than metal plates. Metal plates do not have air in them most of the time. There's our short bus. Our outputs are slightly different this time around. So let's go from here on down. Combine sum of outputs. Let's assume they're about correct. And then go from that all the way up to the wet dry. Kind of like this. And we do have an iron bar, meaning a harsh clipper for when things go crazy, which hopefully they won't, but if they did, keeps you safe. And paste that sucker in there. Okay. In theory, this will build. Let's find out if that's true, or whether I missed something. Oh, looks like it did. Looks like it did. If it built, I can put away the 140, because we are now on the 240. Let's quick go in there, build and use it before dealing with fussing with it. So here's the difference between these two things. This is supposed to be the gold foil reverb. feel like it can go a little bit darker. I feel like I had that blur factor in there doing something else. So let's see, first of all, what it's doing, and second of all, what we can do to change it, because I don't think that was the same. So double temp, temp equals feedback, feed blur. So our feedback is getting consistently darkened, and it's for the purpose of making it act more like the gold foil and less like the steel plate. I did have reference audio for some of these things. If I remember correctly, that was 2 minus get param b times 0.25. Let's find out whether that's really true. And if so, what we're going to do about it. Because there's this whole thing going on with the gold foil, making it a completely different scenario. Like it's a very different box. So de-resing this should make it real dark. I'm just all listening to what it's doing sound-wise. See, I feel like I'm hearing some of the annoying quality about it that I didn't really want. Although it's somewhat ameliorated by just not pushing it that hard. So there's that. If you're sitting it on a send, then you can just avoid by not driving into it as hard. Maybe let's make this one sustain a little bit longer on the assumption that it doesn't need as big of a damping plate. Excuse me. And maybe suppress less of the highs. I went from 1 minus get param b times 0.5 to 2 times 0.25. Old Faithful. Wondering whether I have any of them numbers sitting around waiting to be used. Sure do. Mimetic value of always going after the golden ratio for everything. Gotta love it. But we also have other adjustments to make too. This is just for laughs. Oh wait. Here we go. I'm kind of trying to think of what would balance this out, but I'm not sure I'm going to come up with an answer. Like I've said multiple times, I'm in a fairly advanced state of burnout, and thinking is not going easily for me today, and that's fine. That's just how it be. So if we were going to extend the sustain of this somewhat, we would do that by making this number a little bit bigger and this number a little bit smaller. That would be what we would do. I also feel like VLF pre-delay could be adjusted, that I have no longer got it exactly the way it should be. This thing is an itty-bitty plate. It's a gold foil plate. Gold foil is not very big. Let me see. Let me see. So having this would make this become 295 from 195. So 100 to 200. So instead, .05, so 195 to 295, 150.95. In other words, 245. Oh, hang on, what have I just done? 245. That should get us into about the same zone. We're not suppressing things quite as hard in quite the same way. And I remember I said something about wanting to adjust VLF pre-delay. So if that was a big giant steel plate, but it needed to seem like a much smaller plate, maybe it would go from 1600 to around 12. We are in one of those zones where there's no real right answer for any of this. It's like, well, what are we even trying to make happen? We're trying to make the sound do certain things. But it's very... the descriptions of what the 240 gold foils sound like, and I've heard it on stuff too. Like, how do you go about getting that? Maybe kind of like this. So full brightness, but full damping. That said, I'm still hearing that resonance, and it's not great. I don't like that. No, I don't. Hear how it rings? Let's go after some of the sounds that really unearthed that unpleasant noise. That said, we could just let it have the unpleasant noise. It's also possible that the unpleasant noise will turn into something cool with D-res. Of that, I am not sure. I remember this was notable for something, I forget what. There's a certain sort of vagosity going on here. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what they said about this thing. They said I'm trying to figure out whether that sounds gold foily enough. Like if we were using it for vocals, would it give you something worth having or not?
It's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
I'm a little skeptical, but it might work.
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
Like, can you fill in warmth with it?
Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
One thing I know for sure is I'm going to have to pull back the regen. There is no way that a gold foil is going to hang on to its regeneration nearly as much as that. It's got way too much regen. So rather than having this amount, we kind of add less. So 245. We can go to 2.3 and see how far that goes, because that's going to cut it back quite a bit, really. Blur seems okay. The rest of this seems okay. Somebody with their car alarm going off in the distance there. I'm not sure how long that's going to happen. You can probably hear it because of my perfectly good microphones. I sure can. So it's going to end up sounding very differently on the drums, but I'm honestly more interested in hearing what it does with voices and things. And we might still be changing out this whole algorithm.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. As too much from one who cannot dare.
Okay,
Such demands are hard
that sounds
things
more
to
like what you'd get out of
forgive.
a gold foil.
This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
Because what I'm fishing for is a certain kind of projection, especially in the lower mid-range, where it's supposed to be able to fill in what we've got here.
Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
So if we pull the level back a little bit.
This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
I seem to remember the talk of the gold foil as being the kind of thing where it hides more easily, where you can use it to sort of fill up the space, but it's just not as flashy as the 140. And I think we're getting in that direction. Drums again. I am feeling a slight sort of glossiness out of this. Supposed to be doing something like that. I could almost believe this is the kind of sound you'd get out of gold foil. Like what? did they say about these things? Where are my notes? Notes on golden ratio. That's not the notes I need. How about over here? Is what I'm looking at arranged by date? Yes, I think it is. This is me trying to read information that I thought I had. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. However, if I do, I'm not really quite sure where it went. Yeah, I ain't there. Could I have stashed it away in my workshop folder? Doesn't look like I stashed it in my workshop folder. Could I have stashed it away in select dash verbs? This is what I would have to look up. Let's pull that to a screeching halt for the moment. So 176F, and I'm looking at select dash verbs, which is where I'm getting that stuff. And have I got it in here somewhere? I'd be wanting smaller ones. And PF, plate and front. So this was 176F, but it might not be one of my preferred ones. So here's some of my other options for golden plate sounding. Oh, but I can't hear them from there, can I? And I'll tell you why. Because I haven't got the digital audio output patched through correctly. That's why. Also, this mention of 254 SLLF, I think I've already used that for 140. Let's find out. By going and finding 140. Yep. 254 SLLF is one of the sounds I used for this stuff. F is for front, P is for plate. I sound a little dumb, stupid, and out of touch, but that's because I'm really burned out and I'm hanging in there today. So let's see. I am going to want a smaller one. I have several options staring me in the face right here. And what I'm looking at is 176, which doesn't seem to fit in any of these categories, nor does it sustain as well as ones where they have L or LL involved. This is me figuring out what I'm doing. So let's see if we can bring a different formula into this. Oh, wait, hang on a second. No, we're probably still cool. Yeah, that's a 5x5. One 176. 176, he says. I can't find it. I can't find it. Well, you know what I could do? I could straight up copy these things over. And then copy my other information over to verbs, which I have open here, but not the 254 because I have used that. But here's some other options as we sort of gradually scroll around trying to figure out what we're doing. Hang on. Well, what's up here? I've got 248F. Is that the same as 248LF? It probably is. It probably is. Let's see if 254 is here. Oh, is it? Is it? Yes. I think this is the one. Plate 140 was this one. Pretty sure that's the one. And I want to audition 248, 193, 190, and 149. So let's see whether we can do any of those things. I've just copied over 248. This mixes up all of them together, but that's fine. So 193p. There you go. There it is. And 190. Oh, where are you? There you are. F for front. All the echoes are in the front of the tail. And then 149. I'm wanting ones that are smaller as long as they're good, because we're now undersampling, meaning that they are all going to become larger when you undersample them. So a big long at normal rate is not necessarily what I want. And then let's see, 149. What did S even mean? I don't remember. No worries. L stands for loud, though. 193, LP, and 48. LF. So we can close that. We could save this. We can quit out of there. And close that. And now we've got these things in Shuttle, including the formulas for these. Meaning now we can hear the things I was talking about. So here's the guts of 140. I've made many changes to it, but that's what the algorithm sounds like all by itself. So and I think that was just the one that I clicked on. Yep, sure enough. That's what I thought would be a good metal plate. So what else have we got? We've got these four. So don't need to refer to that. We've already used it. So what did S stand for when I say 149 SF? Do I have it written down on something? Oh, okay. I have it written down in this little card. This is the stuff I've been working with for months and months and years, and I've got these color codings, although they are beginning to fade from age, as am I. And in the back of this card, I have find the ones with very high max RMS reading and add L's to the name. And a gray tag and add S to the name. That's the S that I was talking about. When the final guitar decay tail has no sputtering or dropouts on the RMS meter. So here's one that I could conceivably use for the gold foil reverb, where it's an unusually smooth fall off, and I should make it so that you can see it here. I'm pretty burned out. I'm doing my best. So this is the sound of the drums through this other one, which is going to be a smaller room. It's going to be rather quiet because I haven't turned it up. And a unusually smooth tail on a guitar sound. Huh. I wonder whether that's going to sound nice. I can drop it right into our algorithm anytime. And there's the guitar. But we compare that to some of these guys, like 190. So here's our guitar. Here's a guitar some more. It's got a certain loudosity to it, but that might not be all I care about. So we got stuff like that, but we've also got this. I'm wondering whether maybe that has more of a gold foil plate reverb sound to it, on the grounds that I measured it out as being unusually smooth on its reverb tail. Here, let's listen to it on a sweep. Maybe this might be in the zone for where I'm trying to get with these. So 149. If I take this and I stick it in here. Go away, breakpoint, I don't want you. Now I don't know whether this also includes references to... No, I guess not. Well, let's see whether I did it right and whether it builds. It does. So we just threw out the previous thing we had there and replaced it with a completely different algorithm, just in case it would help. Producing this as a possible take on a gold foil reverb. I don't know. Maybe this is a sufficiently different vibe. Maybe this is actually going to work. I do not know. But it seems as if that could be a possibility. So what would happen if we threw the guitar at this one? That guitar was causing problems for the previous one. It was not pleasant. We're kind of shooting for pleasant here. That's an interesting little coruscating of texture there. By Jove, I think we've got it. I think that's going to work as a 240 sound. Let's quickly check on a vocal. Same one from before.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
Yeah.
Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
What is said about the 240 and the way that it differs from like the liveliness and energy, the vibe of the 140.
Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious
There's a certain
lies.
fullness it gives you.
Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
You know, I think that's about there. I'm going to tweak it a little bit. I feel like I want to extend outwards the pre-delay a hair. And we kind of went full meme mode with some of these things, which can probably be adjusted from here. Like blur. Blur of 2 becomes a very darkened form. We can back away from the full mean value. 1 times 0.25 is not very darkened at all, but we do want it to be fairly well darkened. Let me do a little quick calculation on what my numbers actually add up to after all. Oh, okay. Okay, this implies, let's see, one minus 1 times 0.5. We are not necessarily getting appropriate levels here. Well, that don't make any sense at all. Okay, bear with me. Good morning, Aiden. How about let's just step right back to what we had here before. And see what we get out of this. That would be more chattery, but you know. Also, I would observe that I feel like I'm somewhat sensitive to biorhythms.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
I think that's better.
This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime.
You should have the warmth and just a hint.
Everything's returning unto you.
Of the brightness around, but it doesn't have nearly as much brightness as the 140. It's got way less brightness than the 140.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do.
So now that I know it can do that, but not as well as the 140, which is correct. It's not supposed to be as good as the 140. People generally accept and agree that this is not as good. What can it do with some of these other sounds? Like this one. Can we get a sort of nice mid-rangey glow out of some of it? I think that would be a yes. I think that would be a yes. That there is something to this sound that's better than this. I think that works reasonably well as far as going for that particular vibe, which is not the same as the full 140, but to add just the right kind of bloom around certain instruments in a kind of polite, subdued way, because it's meant to sound kind of polite and subdued, unlike the 140. And I think it's doing a fairly good job of that particular vibe. And this is at 2 stops of D-Res. Which actually worked pretty well for that. That's also fairly acceptable. And then kind of full bright. We can go from this to that slight extra air around everything without substantially changing it or making any kind of flashy reverb quality. Okay. Yeah. I think we got there with that one. I think that did it. Let's play with a little dirt guitar. Obnoxious dirt guitar to boot. It's too dry, but and now let's try making it a little bigger. So here's our spotlight of it. Purely dry? Mostly anyhow. 1 step of D-Res. 2 steps of D-Res. 3, which is starting to get thoroughly dark now. 4. Cool. Cool. I am roughly happy with that one. Approximately happy with that one. Let's quick build it again. Let's go to shuttle again. These were just copied over from their previous place, so I don't need all of these there. But we're going to go into verbs, go and find 149, which is literally this guy right here. And copy that down into this area too. These have been used for something, so I can reference them. Good. Meaning that now I can remove these. And maybe we're going to investigate what happens with the church or cathedral sound. Let's quit out of there. Remove our SD card if we can. There we go. Got there. In a world where removing an SD card is the big challenge of the day. That said, I can't be too sassy. Some of this has worked out pretty good. Let's option drag this little sucker over. Because we are pretty close to being able to go through, and oh, there's another thing though. There is an additional thing that I would like to look into. And let's see whether I can get a start on that. Don't mind me while I poke around trying to figure out what I'm doing. Here is what we're doing. Res 3. Hopefully this will work. We'll find out soon enough. Because what I have on tap here is a completely different vibe. What we have on tap here is the possibility for doing a DRes that uses Bezier curves to reconstruct its waveform, but is not trimming them nearly as accurately as Creamcoat does. And we have many possible parameters to work with, but we're not going to use all those. We're going to use this. It's all set up for stereo, isn't it? No matter. I like the idea of having this be one of the end-to-end, because end-to-end processing on Logic and whatever can be used on surround and all kinds of things like that. But right at the moment, I'd like to just sort of get something running. I'm less worried about any of the other stuff. Nope. This will have a hilariously large number of parameters to start with. Not using that. That doesn't need to be part of my template anymore. It is obsolete. Let's quickly go in and make something happen. Still a little bit stuck in that zone where things seem to be going very grudgingly and slowly. Okay, we'll start here. We don't need that. We don't need to do anything in here. But I think we need everything from here. I'm quickly poking in here to see whether I can't make it be mono in a simpler way and kind of like directly get things moving as well as we can. In theory, that'll work. GPack. Does it build? It's not going to build first time around, that's for sure. Also, I need to look up some more stuff. So we're not as far ahead as I thought we were going to be. I got to look up a couple of things. Okay, so DRES started out saying DERZ, but because it's already a Z in the last figure, I made it be EERZ for no particularly good reason. That's not great. It's not terrible. It's not great. Let's use DRZZ. Inconsistencies. Up can't be capitals. Or at least I have not yet chosen for it to be capitals. So where were my other problems and warnings? Oh, interesting. There's your problem. Double interesting. What's up with that? Nothing was up with that. It was fine. We didn't use this. We're not using this. We're not using that. We're trying to use this. Introducing the bare beginnings of a new thing. So here's where this might get a little bit colorful. Let's see if we can make it do something. Airwindows, DRS3. Okay, it padded the volume a little bit. This is dry and this is the altered sound. So that's promising. That's a beginning. My code is altering things in places where I didn't expect it to alter. So this needs to be that's like 24 dB down practically, more like 18. So I need to do some gain trimming because this doesn't actually do anything other than the DRS processing. It is here. This is here. This is to be thrown away later. So that is to be thrown away later. So where are we at? We want to have this be a consistent volume level. It is not. So how about boosting it a fair bit? That boosted a fair bit. And then we are only actually using input sample L. Let's boost it a fair bit and let's see what happened now. Come on, play. There you go. Okay, did I not copy it over to the new place? I bet that's what I did. I bet I failed to even copy it over to the new place. That's the kind of day it is. Go figure. You're going to like this when I actually get it sorted out, so it's worth the wait, presumably. I feel like there is much promise to the craziness of what I'm thinking of here, because I remember what it did when it did it wrong. Here's our full wet. Yep. So wet and dry, now it's working properly. Now you'll notice that we can make it do this weird thing. And also that our top range is basically unaltered, so we need to scale it differently. but we can do this, and that's an interesting and kind of nasty sound. But I hear you say, hang on, that's just the new form of the Bezier curve undersampling. And sure enough, it doesn't sound that bad. And that's because you haven't heard what happens when I do this. So let's see. Here's what we were working with. We're not editing any of the other stuff out yet. If cycle is larger than 1, minus equal 1. Here's where the evilness comes into play. No other changes. Oh, sorry, I spoke too soon. That changed, but also this change. No locking it either. Now, 2 changes. I thought there was only the 1 change. No, there are 2 changes. Because we must be able to sweep it more colorfully. And when I say colorfully, believe me, I mean what I say. So here's our new DRes 3. Now, how's that suit you? That has some real color going on. Now let's see if we can do any further. For instance, we could try well, I don't think we're not doing a reverb sample. We're just doing a list of samples and reconstructing from there, which also means we're not smoothing. But we could also avoid so hang on. Because it's still a little dark, right? Still a little bit dark. So if we just straight up do not even smooth going in, other than the amount of smoothing we're already doing, we should be able to get a little more highs out of there, and then it'll be a little more interesting in the top end. And then we're straight up just reconstructing. We do nothing else other than that, but we're still using the same basic functionality. And we're not smoothing the reconstruction. And we're also not padding the output because we're not padding the input. And let's see what we got. We do need to change the scaling. That knob is not optimal yet. But check this out. Oh, wait, maybe we do need to... Yeah, I think we do still need to scale it. So let's see. It became too loud. Let's try that. Unused variables are not a problem because we're going to ignore them and throw them away anyway. Also, as long as we're fooling with it, let's do our scaling now. So the smaller DRes is, the more we're doing stuff. So basically we want to do our power factor on this. Power factor of 2, possibly even 3, but we'll start with 2. That's going to make it more of a log taper, and it's going to become more possible to sweep it around amusingly through its frequency range. And hopefully it's going to be the right volume level again. I feel like I should maybe taper it even more, because this is the butter zone for sick noises. We get some weird crunchy nastiness going on. It does click when you go in and out of this zone, but that's fine. Raunchy. That's what I was looking to create. Let's throw some more things at it. Let's throw those drums at it and see what it does to the hats and cymbals and things. So it's still doing something to the hats even at high settings, but you can't really hear it very well. And here's where we're probably getting into your retro sampler zone. I don't think we need a dry wet for this one. It's kind of superfluous. Does a lovely job of isolating lows, interestingly. Lovely brick wall cutoff behavior. Hell yeah. Let's play that louder. No, louder than that too. So if you have, for instance, drums, probably should do something about the click. The trouble with the click is it's stopping it from sitting on literally DC voltage. Got a lovely impact going on there. This is going to go over nicely with hip hop folks. Anybody who was like, give me an SB 1200. It should do a nice job of getting into those tonal spaces. Next thing, of course, is to bring in bit crushing. But that goes before this so that this can soften the edges of the bit crushing because we're reconstructing Bezier curves. Oh, wants to know whether I want to save the changes. No. And give me a second. We're doing all the pit stops today, regrettably. Sorry about that. We'll put on a different piece of music of some kind. One that I have not heard for a while, I don't think. I don't remember what this even is. But you're going to hear it now. Back in a minute. Also, I'm going to drink the rest of my herbal tea and rinse out the cup. And I'll be back to do more on DRes 3, because I think this is going to go to interesting places that are going to be amusing for people to enjoy. This is not one of the times when I'm being super lively, but I tell you what, I got K-Plate 140 and K-Plate 240, and I'm in the middle of working on DRes 3. So let's do a little more of that, because this is, in spite of the fact that I'm kind of dragging my tail and grinding, boy, we're starting to get some stuff. So what's the next step? First of all, let's do it to the power of 3. It might be getting on time to start trimming out some of the bits that we're not going to use, because we're going to start to bring in bits that we are. Airwindows, plugins, Mac AU, which is where we start. And DRes 2. Let's mimic the layout of this one, except for that we're not actually going to be using hard. But rate is going to be very interesting. Also, what do we have for dry wet on this one? Let's open up DRes 1. Maybe we need to return to the state of DRes 1. Maybe DRes 2 is a departure from how this should be. Yeah, okay. As neat as DRes 2 was, I think we want to step back into the zone of DRes 1. And I'll tell you why. Dry wet has no purpose here, especially considering that the range of behavior that we've got and the way in which it's interacting with the in practice, this is not a thing that we really use. Also, Reaper lets you do it in the interface, so that is a thing. And we're not going to have hard or soft or any of that, because we have a better way of going about this. So revert and let's save that. I don't see anybody there begging me to have there be a dry wet, so here we are. And as you know, I love my simple layouts and my simple programs. I love it when it acts like that. So here's our enum. This is us stripping it down to end-to-end form by just leaving only the left. Now we got to skip right up to here, because all of this no longer matters. Also, a weird side note of this is that it is now always doing something unless you're literally running at like 44.1K. If you're running at a higher sample rate, it's going to do its little Bezier curve generation at that sample rate. So if you're running at 96K, it's going to be downsampling you to around 44.1 in its characteristic way. You don't really hear it so much, but it's still doing it. Alrighty, there's our params. I don't think we need to do anything up here unless no, what's this about? Why are we storing these? What's the actual code do? We don't need the code for, yep, that's still generic, that's still the same. These are being kept the same. Do we have a bit depth deres that requires that we remember stuff, or can we build it from scratch? Because one thing about it is that some of this stuff we don't need anymore. So, and I'm looking forward to hearing what this sounds like when I start messing with it. I also have an idea about what to do with the clicking as it goes to 0, which is find a super subsonic frequency, and it can simply restrict everything to that subsonic frequency without quite hitting 0, at which point it should be basically fine. I think I can sweep up to full range and down to silence that way. I think that will work. And if it does, I might have updates for some things, but let's see now. So we don't need to soften any edges. This one, so frequency is in fact A. Let's get rid of this the rest of this stuff too. These are no longer valid targets for parameters. Come on. I did hit delete, did I not? Yep. Because it is trying desperately to figure out what it's doing. There it goes. So, yeah, target A actually was already the same curve I had before. So B is going to be increment, and we're going to do something like this, but why are we dividing by 3? Especially, why are we dividing by integer 3? That don't make no sense. Well, I guess we find out. So here's how we start. That no longer needs any kind of changing. That, on the other hand, I bet that's going to need a bunch of help. Let's find out. So this is a smoothing factor that we're not dealing with. If we need to build in smoothing, we can do it the way we do the modern ones, and may very well do that. Oh yeah, and let's take this stuff away. But not that, because we need to put the bit crush in front of this part. There we go. Here's our bit crush. Please select. Please select. Please be kind and select. It's not going to be. It's not going to be kind at all. Never mind. We'll get by. Our warnings are taking up too much space. Don't want those. Don't want this. Dres is never going to be 0. So we do not do this anymore. Nor do we do a dry wet. We have better ideas. I don't know if we need to do a clamping. That's for dealing with overloads and so on. But we're not actually in that zone, are we? We should make it immune to that kind of thing. So here's our bit crush section. We're not doing a reverb sample, so goodbye comment. Okay. Let's So what was my bailout? 0.0005 or thereabouts. Yeah, that's what it was. I am not sure if that's a valid number, but we'll find out. And here's where we do this. This should be all we need. Boop. Looks a little messy, but I should be able to sort that. Don't know if I need to do this, but we'll see. Also, I feel like Dres 2 had a better way of doing this, so maybe it should be a good idea to go and look at Dres 2. I feel like this was bad. I remember this as being a bad way of doing it. In fact, I know exactly why this was a bad way of doing it. If you have very high bit depth, it starts eating a lot of CPU. So let's go and immediately find how we did this the second time around. because it was an important update even if I over-fancified it. This should be a fixed wave, or is it? Hang on. I feel like this, oh God, it's even using ULaw inside itself. Ha ha ha. I feel absolutely certain that I came up with a better way of doing this. This can't be right. All this while offset O, offset minus equals increment. No bueno, no good. Let's go and look at bit glitter. Or something of that effect. So I know I've done, yeah, and this is also doing other weird things. But let's see what we've got. One thing we've got is a fixed bit crush. Interesting. So how are we going about this? We're doing a bunch of things here. Still kind of the same. Where am I gonna get the new code? What the actual heck? I am disappointed. Boy. I just know I had a better way of doing this. It is time to start looking through all of the plugins one at a time to find what I was doing post that stuff when I finally figured out how to do it properly, because I swear to you there must have been a point where I had that figured out. I just don't remember exactly where it was. It's not Decoreka, I don't think. Not DRes or DRes2. I mean, you can do it, but I have something more recent. I just know I do. Not any of those. Oh, hi there. Hi there, Pocky. I think you might be the thing I'm thinking of. Might just be. And Pocky 2 might be the recoding that starts doing it better. We can do frequency grinding now, but I'll tell you, res is going to be the key factor. So how are we going to go about doing this then? As correctly, it's going to be here. We're going to completely replace increment. Funny how we're doing it that way. We have something called dres, and then we're going to have something called res. This is part of how Pocky is specifically intended to be a specific low-bit device. Let's just see how this thing works. Got res factor. We can do this. This doesn't necessarily have to be integer. And let's see, where are we at? We're getting rid of this. We're getting rid of this because this does not actually relate to what we're trying to do. Nor does that. This might. So if we simply do that, and that's a much simpler process than what we were doing before. Oh, missed one. Missed something else too. Where's the damn thing? Come on, you. Show me your secrets. What do we got? We've got res wanting to be between 4 and 16, but hey, we don't necessarily have to do it quite like that, do we? Instead, we can do times 16, 0.0, and we can have it be continuous. We do not have to have that be a integer. It can be continuous. We can have res always be at least 1, so we can always at least have something going on. Like that. That means res factor is going to be some kind of factor, but we can have it continuously moving. We can multiply it like this, then we do our bit crush, and then we divide it back again, and that's how we do that. And that's much more efficient than what we were doing for all the previous dereses. And let's see where we got and whether we have something that builds. Signs point to yes. But that's not really the question, is it? The question is, does it do something that's cool? Pull up the guitar again. Here, minutes away from me getting out my defrosting my dinner stuff. This has been a pretty effective day as far as these things are concerned. So, DRes 3. Here we go. Do we have sound or do we have a horrible explosion? We have sound. So our DRes is a gating DRes apparently. But if we're doing this, we can do it in such a way that it makes like deep subsonic rumbles and sweeps them around. So at full crank, it sounds kind of like a real thing. I'm wondering whether I can make it go too loud instead of quiet. Here's the thing. I should be able to make it fall through to just a ginormous burst of sound and noise. That should actually be a thing. So if I was to do this, we just always floor it, that's going to cause stuff near zero to flip between the extremes. That might just be a useful concept. Let's find out what it does. Because if this works, that could be nice. So here's our latest change. Okay. Signs point to yes. Signs point to that seems to work. So yeah, we can do this. I could also make it gate. Or indeed I can offset it just a tiny little bit. But by default, we get this. So it turns into a distortion, basically. Oh wait, let's play with something else more fun. Guitars are all very well and good, but drums, that should give us an amusing bit crush. So but could I do some kind of offset to kind of split the difference on this? Make it a little more interesting, because we've got just nothing but rumble, and previously it was nothing but silence. It gated way too aggressively. So can we do something amusing to do a little bit of both? That seems like that would be cool. Okay, res, factor, and res. So that's going to be a very large number. Or a very small number. So if it's 1, then res factor is 2. And if we're at full crank, it's 16, so 2 to the 16th power, which gives us the correct balance for that stuff, to be sure. So if I do that, we're just offsetting by exactly 1 bit. So instead, we do something else, like a smaller amount. If we do exactly 0.5, I think we're going to get gating again. So let's try and find out. That's probably going to still work. It's probably going to just give us gating. And it's trying to learn what it does. Oh, it's also, give me a second. It's time to go and get some of my dinner ready. I'll get caught up in this stuff. Okay, I'm back. That ought to do. Roughly 50 minutes before dinner time. Let's see what we made. We have now done this, and we are offsetting by an amount I'm actually kind of happy with that, you know? I'm actually kind of happy with that. That's kind of cool. In fact, I'm so happy with that, maybe we even do need a dry wet, because that's enough of a weird reinforcement that we could literally use that for things. Can you imagine bleeding a little bit of that in with sound? This is kind of cool. I'm digging it. I like it. Dude, this is cool. Didn't really expect this, but we got it. Thanks to the Bezier curve reconstruction. That does a trick, man. That does nicely. Also, I think my UK drum and bass heads are going to enjoy this, because we do a good job of making sub bass. Cool. Let's do some of them things I was talking about. We need dry wet. This is effective as a supplement to existing parts in a completely unanticipated way. I mean, I could use this for real tracks. I'm not that much of a bit crusher guy, but I could use this for things. You could put that on a kick drum track and have it just add a little more extreme bass hugeness and just sort of fill it in. That is a neat outcome. Now, what else? What was the other thing I was thinking of? I don't know what the other thing was I was thinking of. No matter. Good enough. Good enough. Dry wet means a crossfade between those two things. I had previous troubles when I didn't do this part correctly, but now I have done it correctly. So far, so good. That one's fine. Our bit crush is better than any previous version of DRes. So that's kind of made a win. Don't need anything here. Do need to update these. We're going to have a full-on dry wet, so we got to make it be accessible. That is where we have all of our param C things, so far so good. That's fine. That's fine. that is from 0 to 1. Now I need to define a dry sample. There we go. And we're going to do it spelling it out as L and R because we're going to make a stereo version of it when I do the VST. Cool, cool. And you know, this can be the dry wet. That'll work. So wet times CBAL and 1.0 minus wet times dry sample L. And unless I have gotten really confused and got something wrong, now we have a dry wet. And furthermore, I think that's basically got everything covered. I don't think there's anything more to it. It's a very simple little plugin. There's not that much going on here. Components. I don't think I've forgotten anything. You think I've forgotten anything? I don't think I've forgotten anything. Dres 3. The great soon to come out Dres 3, which is going to be very exciting for people, I think. I'm loving what it's doing with the dynamics. I'm just going to say that. That makes me all kinds of happy. Here we are now with our ability to hype it up a little bit. Now we get a kind of weird 9-inch nails thing going on. There is a short little percussive sound. That is now supplementing the regular sound. I am speculating on the idea of using a wetness control for this so that we can just add this to what we had. Because we're doing our we're splitting the difference. And it's making the combination quieter than either of the two by themselves. And I'm not sure if I like that. I am not at all sure if I like that. I think maybe I'm going to go with the wetness control. I think we're going to go with the added loudness factor. So let's go and dig it out of one of the recent projects, none of which are available. So we're going to go and dig it out of the desktop. I think this is a wet. It ought to be. Surely this. Yep. So it's going to be param C, but same deal. Okay. That's all we need to do that. And now we have a supplemental force that can be added to an existing drum track that's not loud enough. And that's how that's going to work. So it is a supplemental thing. And let's see what it does to that drum track. Because one of the things about tracks in general, if you're using like rail drum tracks, typically it's not going to come in loudinated. It's going to come in with dynamics and range and peak factor. So doing it this way contributes to being able to get a particular kind of result, which I am about to demonstrate. So let's see. Firstly, option copy. Then let's put it where it goes. And of course, you can always go full wet for just using it directly. Now let's see what we got. So this is what we're adding. So it becomes like a weird reverb. I should maybe make it possible to scale it up past the point of responding. Cool. And I do remember the thing I was thinking of. I think that's probably a good thing to do for the last half hour of stream. I can put my control smoothing in here. In fact, there's no good reason not to. Because maybe we can make this stuff work in such a way where that would make sense. So let's dig into so we can do this. I should be able to make it sweep more smoothly than that. The same way I do like Z low pass 2 and so on. Do my little interpolation thing. Because it's doing a little flicker. And it's doing that little flicker because it's doing this little excessive harmonic note on the top of the sample rate once per buffer, and I can smooth that. I absolutely can smooth that. Let's just dig into it a little bit. So I'm going to need to bring some stuff in here. And I'm going to go for what I had before. Zoop. Like Z Lopez 2 should be a fine place to find that stuff. So we're going to find A and B versions of each of these things. And we're going to use them to create dres and res. I'm not sure why I'm calling them that. Seriously. But no matter. We're calling them that. It's fine. And for that matter, let's also do the dry wet, just for good measure. And they are all being smoothed on a buffer by buffer basis. We're going to get into this in a moment, but not right this instant. What am I talking about? There we go. I know, we'll call it bit. No, not nit, bit. Oh, we'll call it res and bit and wet. Okay. So there's a start. There's bit. So we don't actually want those to be that, so let's update that. And no, 1.1 is not a valid answer either, but we'll start with 1.0. And let's have wet start with 1 too. Everything begins at full crank, and then you start deresing it by altering what is there. Fair, fair. Edit all in scope. Bit. Edit all in scope. Bit factor. Edit all in scope. Res. But here's how we go about doing this, though. Oh, also this is going to have to live in here. this has to live inside the program. Well, I mean, technically it's all a program, right? But it has to live inside the sample frame loop. Oh, and this has to live inside. And this has to live inside. Because all of these things could hit their limits at a point where it's in the middle of the buffer. So here's where we do this, and we're not actually defining them here, are we? So not that, and not that, and not this. But hang on, forgot a colon. So now we do this to feed stuff into the thing, and now we got to smooth it. And we do that using a fairly familiar bit of code that lives in here, kinda. Sample frames, in frames to process. So that counts down. This does this. It makes a thing called temp. Temp is what we use. So we're going to grab some of these things and use them. I see one change I already am going to have to make. Oh, no, wait. No, I don't see anything that I'm going to have to change, because this is already going to go from the extreme values I need, and then we deal with it here. So res comes from A, so in theory, we're good. Oops. In theory, we're good. Oops. As always. In theory, we're good. I do not know if we need to ramp this. This is just suppressing what is already a fugitive sound, so let's leave that alone and not do the thing. And it claims build succeeded. Let's find out how true that is. On our drums. Because in Twisted Wave we can sweep this around fairly aggressively, and it usually shows up as Lovely. That has the fluidity that I would like to hear from this, so I am happy with that. Lovely. Lovely. That's a nice little rumble in the back of that. Honestly, this is a cool filtery sweepy kind of thing now too. Cool. Let's throw it at some other things too. Like, what's it like if it's used as an isolator? What's it like if we use it on Alien Kittens? Because that's a very loud track. Is it going to go into wild distortion? Ooh, gnarly. Jolly good fun. One downside I see here, although the dry wet would help with that, is that at full rate and full res, it's still not really high quality. It's like 16-bit and about 44.1K. Although it's interpolating itself into whatever you tell it to be. Like this output is a high-res output. It's a 96K output, perfectly smoothed and sampled around at double precision. Never heard Alien Kittens like this before. This is probably cooler than my isolator filters. Neat. Because it has that sort of de-resi alien sound to it. Lovely. So nice old sampler sound. Raw. Alrighty. Just goes to show you sometimes, rather than sitting around trying to devise the perfect model of like your SB1200 or whatever, you got to go searching for ways of making that kind of sound in the digital domain as expressively as possible. Because I don't think you can do this with an FP1200. And now we have it as a loudinator. Okay, so we didn't get around to doing K Cathedral. I will look into that soon enough, I guess. Might just do that on my own time. But this should be a fun toy for people to play with, I think. And it'll run at all manner of different sounds. Here it is on a rock track. If I played it, that is. Let's just isolate that beginning part. Instant 9-inch nails. That's a very aggressive sound. Noisy. See, what I'm trying to do with some of this stuff is you just always want to make it so it's like, I have a modular synthesizer that I can make crazy noises with, and I can make my plugins make crazier noises than the modular synthesizer. Little subsonic rumble. Then we bring in the res a little bit so that more peaks out. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say we got there. That's DRes 3. You're going to get DRes 3. And that ought to be pretty cool. And on that note, I think I'm going to call that sufficient unto the day. We've gone pretty much 8 hours, and I've completed 4 plugins. 3 of which I intended to do, and 1 of which I didn't realize I was going to take in quite this direction, but I knew I had DRes 3 in mind. And that, I think, is going to be satisfactory. Oh, you're going to get DRes 3. You're going to get so much DRes 3 you can't even stand it. So, on that note, and I will hurry DRes 3 out as quickly as I can. This coming weekend, that's the big weekend for Meter, so I'm still kind of fried and stressed out over that, but I'll get through it. That's the thing, is like, the deal with doing something like that, the reason I burn out so hard on that stuff is because I always want the most amazing things to happen as a result of putting out like the big amazing plugin. And one of the possibilities is nothing much is going to happen. And it's okay. Because it's for me to be able to use. And for anybody who's interested in doing stuff or having useful guidance for being able to dial in peak energy and how bright you should be for various sounds. It's going to be really useful for anybody who does pay attention. I really think it's going to be very handy for anybody who does pay attention. So if it becomes a huge, giant monster deal, well, that'll be very exciting. That's also kind of scary, but go figure. But if it completely flies under the radar and just about nobody finds out about it, well, heck, I'll be able to use it, and so will you. And yes, you're going to get DRes 3. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.